When it comes to digitalization, the world is moving faster than ever before. We like, we swipe, we stream, we share, no matter where, no matter when. But digitalization is not only affecting our personal lives. Entire business and job models are changing. Industries are evolving towards a new era, and companies that don't adapt will simply vanish. This transformation is driven by smart products in a purely digital process called smart manufacturing. But whose factories are smart today? How can a manufacturer become faster, more agile and efficient without excessive costs? MOM, the Manufacturing Operations Management System, is the answer. MOM is essential for smart manufacturing to create a digital twin of operations that is perfectly integrated with automation and the real factory. It is the digital brain in the manufacturing space, understanding the goals of the smart product, using abstraction techniques to link to shop floor devices, and making them even smarter. The resources required for each smart product are optimally allocated by the MOM scheduling system. And the MOM execution engine guides the smart product through the factory, interacting with automation, operators, and logistics, guaranteeing high quality and enhancing manufacturing efficiency. All data coming from the shop floor is collected by MOM and contextualized with detailed manufacturing information. Using closed-loop manufacturing and quality, MOM fills the gaps between execution, product engineering, and production planning, enabling continuous improvements of your factory and seamless new product introductions. Join Siemens and the enterprise digitalization. Start your journey towards smart manufacturing.
Siemens, ingenuity for life.
To understand the profound impact of being able to 3D print metal parts like these, just look around you in the world around you.
This is industrial. I mean, this is a different scale.
With Markforged, every year is like a new breakthrough.
With this new printer, you print materials you already know how to use. There's no learning curve.
You can bring that magic right into your office. You start to print tonight, and the next day you're holding it in your hand.
You can print titanium, magnesium, you name it, and you actually have working prototypes.
If you can afford a $500,000 to $1 million metal printer, buy one. For the rest of the world, this is for you.
The manufacturing industry's need today is to become smarter. With this initiative in mind, BMW has launched a new company called M2 Next, which would address the smart needs of the manufacturing companies, the smart products, the smart process and the smart people, to give them the higher productivity and efficiency through a smart manufacturing. Three verticals that we would be addressing in this new company are the process engineering, which includes all the jigs and fixture manufacturing as well, cyber and physical automation, including IoTs, the cobots, the robots, and the low-cost automation. We believe that this would give a very high value of enhanced productivity to our customers.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Zuili Eklare from Publish Industry India Private Limited. Publish Industry India is a 100% subsidiary of Publish Industry Verlag GmbH Germany that publishes the trade magazines A&D India, which is automation and digitization, and EM, which is efficient manufacturing. I will be your host for today's summit, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to the virtual Smart Manufacturing Summit, responding to global changes with technology innovations. Smart manufacturing has been in talks since the last few years, and it's reshaping the global manufacturing landscape with important outturns for the traditional role of manufacturing. And also, as the COVID-19 crisis has created significant disruption in the manufacturing industry, smart manufacturing is gaining more importance now. But it calls for a good understanding of such advanced technologies, as its adoption, the feasibility, the skills required, ROI, and most importantly, the change management. So in this context, Publish Industry India, with its knowledge partner, NASSCOM Center of Excellence, technology partner, Siemens Industry Software, and M2Next and 3D printing technology partner, Monotech Systems, brings to you the virtual Smart Manufacturing Summit, responding to global changes with technology innovations. So today's summit will discuss how to respond to global changes with technology advances and innovations, strategies for the new manufacturing reality, how the manufacturing industry operations would be now, next, and beyond, in terms of the challenges anticipated, resource availability, operations flexibility, workforce management, ensuring productivity and safety, technology trends and best practice advances, driving advanced technologies in manufacturing applications, approach towards implementation of advanced technologies in the near future, and the role of manufacturing leaders in today's challenging times. So that's what we'll all be covering today. So before we begin today's summit, I'd like to give out a few instructions to our revered speakers and panelists so that the summit can function smoothly without any hindrances. So first of all, I'd like to request for everyone to please check that your internet connection is stable. It's best if you're using a wired line connection for a smoother connection. With no issues, you can make sure that the other tabs on your computer or mobile are closed. Also, please check that your web cameras are working fine, and make sure that you're facing the light so that our attendees can view you properly. Also, I would request you to keep your cameras and audio switched off and then turn them on only after your names have been announced, so that our audience will know exactly who you are. Also, for the audience, I would like you to know that at the end of each address, the fireside chat and the panel discussion will be open to Q&As. So if you can see at the bottom of your screen in the center, there's a Q&A little box which says Q&A. You can put in your questions over there, and we will have them directed to the speakers or the panelists or the speakers from the chat fireside chat. So let me take you through today's agenda. Our summit will start with the opening address by Mr. Shekhar Jitkar, who is the Chief Editor at Publish Industry India. We'll then have our guest speaker, Mr. Neeraj Singh, the Director at KPMG India, addressing us on new challenges and solving them with technology innovation. After that, we'll have a fireside chat on responding to global changes with technology innovations with Mr. Kishore Jainaman, who is the President at Rolls-Royce India and South Asia. Following this, we'll have a keynote address by Mr. Viren Joshi, the CEO and President at Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corp, on manufacturing leaders, transformational strategies in a changed world. After that, next, we'll be having a technology presentation by Mr. Gautam Datta, Senior Director of Marketing at Siemens Industry Software, on where smart manufacturing meets tomorrow. On where smart manufacturing meets tomorrow. After this, we'll have two polls by Siemens Industry Software for all of you to participate in. This will be followed by our next guest speaker, Vivek Saha, Director and Head Digital Transformation, NASSCOM Center of Excellence, who will speak on digital adoption in manufacturing value chain. We'll then have a sponsor video by Monotech Systems played. Following this, we'll have another technology presentation by Mr. Rajesh Mrityunjayan, Vice President 3D Products and Solutions, Monotech Systems, which will be on Gearing Up for the Future of Manufacturing 4.0. Following this, we'll have a poll by Monotech Systems for all of you to participate in. And then we'll be having yet another fireside chat on strategies for the new manufacturing reality. And then we'll have a sponsor video played by M2Next, a sponsor video by M2Next, which we'll be playing. After that, we'll have the next technology presentation by Mr. Jagannath V, the business head M2Next on industrial IoT, automation, and robotics. This will be followed by a poll by M2Next for all of you to participate in. We'll then have a sponsor video by our technology partner, Siemens, played. It will then be time for the most awaited part of the summit, which is the panel discussion, which will be on smart manufacturing, responding to global changes with technology innovations. So let us begin today's summit. I'd like to first welcome Mr. Shekhar Jutkar, who is a chief editor at Publish Industry India, to give us the opening address. So Mr. Jutkar, over to you.
Thanks, Julie. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all are safe and doing well and taking good care of yourself. So it's my pleasure to give an opening address for today's virtual Smart Manufacturing Summit on the topic of responding to global changes with technology innovations. So as you are aware that COVID-19 is said to have a big long-term impact on the manufacturing landscape, and the impact would be in the form of that supply chain will evolve, the business and product portfolio diversification strategies will become more critical, and companies will adopt new ways to make their operations flexible and agile in the current situation. And of course, to keep their workforce safe without disrupting the business, that's business continuity. That's also a very, very important factor today. So in this turbulent time, turbulent environment, the manufacturing leaders who quickly adapt, evolve and pivot will be the most successful in the current situation. But what does that take? So short answer is the smart manufacturing adoption. So now, if you see, even before the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, manufacturing has been entering a dynamic new phase with a profound transformation that is offering substantial opportunities for the global manufacturers. So technologies in future, the technologies will dominate the manufacturing processes. It will dominate the supply chain processes. So we will experience a paradigm shift from the factory bound to interconnected devices, and then I can say hypothesis driven to data driven manufacturing processes, then less waste to no waste manufacturing. So overall, manufacturing in the future will look quite different from what it is today. The new era will be marked by extremely agile organizations that will leverage advanced technologies, for example, smart manufacturing with digital transformation, which we will be talking here now. So as they will connect the human skills and machinery to deliver extremely customized products to the market, because that would be the need of the day. So it becomes very important to understand and analyze how the manufacturing operations would be now and in future in terms of the challenges anticipated in terms of in the area of deploying the advanced technologies, the resource availability, the I can say operations flexibility, the workforce management, ensuring productivity and safety at the same time, and the importance of advanced technologies such as digitalization, collaborative robots, additive manufacturing, and all these have impact on the manufacturing operations in future. And most importantly, the role of manufacturing leaders in today's challenging times. That's very important in the current times, which we'll be touching upon that topic as well. Manufacturers that have digitally transformed their operations and connected to the shop floor, to the top floor, will lead in the new normal. So as a business leader, we need to understand, how do you prioritize manufacturing? How do you prioritize smart manufacturing at the same time while remaining profitable? How do you empower your team to take on digital transformation pilot program while minimizing the criticalities? How do you set your company up for growth while mitigating risk? So today's summit will address all these issues, and they will offer you the practical process and technology focused conversations about the real world smart manufacturing. You will take away with hard won ideas and the new perspectives you can put to use as you lead your team's efforts to tackle critical challenges with the new confidence. So I would like to personally thank all of you for attending the summit, and all our esteemed speakers today for their participation in the various sessions today. So please do attend the event till the end so that you will get a complete 360-degree perspective on smart manufacturing, as the sessions have been designed and conceptualized in such a way that they cover all the aspects of the topic in a very detailed manner, starting with top floor and ending with shop floor. So you will get a chance to learn, unlearn, and interact with industry leaders and manufacturing executives from various companies like Rolls-Royce India, KPMG, Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corporation, NASCOM Center of Excellence, Bridgestone India, ThyssenKrupp Industries, VDMA, Siemens, Volkswagen, Balasore Alloys, Endurance Technologies, Markforce 3D Printing, and M2 Next. So please do participate in Q&A, where you can ask questions to our esteemed speakers and get their experts' views, which can be, of course, of interest and useful to you. So explore the smart strategies to steer your organization through and beyond today's unprecedented pandemic environment. So I wish you have great sessions today with this summit. Enjoy the sessions and learn from the experts. Thank you. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jitkar, for that wonderful opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our first guest speaker, Mr. Neeraj Singh, the director at KPMG India, who will speak on new challenges and solving them with technology innovation. Mr. Singh, over to you.
Right. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
And are you able to see me as well?
Yes, we are able to see you as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So let me just project my screen and the presentation, and then I start. But before I start, I want to really thank Mr. Jitkar. Thank you yourself, Julie, for giving me an opportunity to kind of present the thoughts and views on this important topic of smart manufacturing. Just give me a moment. Are you able to see the desktop?
Yes, your screen has been, we can see the presentation. We can see the screen that you've shared.
Right. Okay. So let me just do a full screen. So it's gone. Okay, let's start. I hope you can see it well now.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So I think as per the context set by Mr. Jitkar, I think, the world is going to be very different, a few years down the line. And really this pandemic, COVID-19 is going to really pave up very different ways and paths for all of us, right? I think the point which I'm going to cover today is basically, of course, these are unprecedented times and we have seen very different challenges. But I think all of these challenges, have a solution, and the solution is enabled by technology in many cases. Of course, some we have, some we don't have a solution. But technology is going to play a key role, and that's how we can really move forward with the same momentum and energy and vigor. So essentially, before even I get into that, I just wanted to kind of put in some of the challenges what we are facing today, and clearly, I think some of the challenges are very global in nature. Need not be very local challenges just from a perspective of India. And many companies are also global, right? So I think everybody is really, struck by a very, very similar, you can say, kind of problems what we're seeing. So I think the first one, what you really see, I think the ways of working. So the ways of working has, totally kind of changed now, right? So I think the balance between a remote working versus online working versus really working at a plant or a setup or a premise, this has really gone into a different I would say dimension at this point of time. The entire labor force. So I think this is another important point, because one side You keep hearing about automation, and automation fueling a lot of new opportunities. But on the other side, there's also a lot of job losses and all of those things which keep coming up. So the balance between the two is again very critical when you're really looking at the future scheme of things. Now, the digital commerce part, I think this is a no-brainer. So I think everything is moving digital. So entire commerce is moving digital for good. And I think accordingly, all of those workforces and resources are getting deployed to be able to sustain those hybrid models, right? Supply chain, I think also Mr. Jitkar talked about. I think this is the one which is really taken by surprise. Everybody thought that they have a very good supply chain, but when we really pandemic struck, I think our entire supply chain planning, our forecasting, our fulfillment, everything really went for a toss. And clearly, I think technology here can really help us become much more resilient, because being resilient here is the crux of the overall smart factory, right, so-called. Now, continuity and resilience, I think this is another topic which Mr. talked about. So business continuity, is endangered at this point of time when you get into pandemics like COVID or other unforeseen situations, and how do you really build in those new approaches? And again, technology can help you build all of those things. There are a lot of climate change issues which we're talking about, because I would say COVID-19 is also in some ways talked about directly or indirectly for climate change. So a lot of these environments are changing, climate change is happening, and considering that, I think how do you really bring in your social corporate responsibilities and all of those things. And finally, the last two, I think it's pretty much common across the world now. I think we are getting into rising unemployment. There's a negative loop in terms of mortgages and bankruptcies and stuff like that. And moreover, to kind of add to worse, I think it's the reverse globalization which is happening, where a lot of these foreign investments and everything are actually falling sharply. So these are the challenges which is there, and this was never thought of, never predicted, and we are all faced with all of these challenges in the manufacturing. And I think I would say that technology underpins each and every item here, and actually helps you pave a path to recovery. Without technology, none of these things can be fully enabled, is what my opinion is. And to that respect, if I just move to the next slide, I just want to kind of talk about a few of these technology initiatives which you see all green. Now, suddenly all of these technology initiatives have actually become green in the short term, meaning to say everybody is really interested to kind of bring forth such initiatives, even though it was a little bit in the medium term or the long term. Now, suddenly all of these initiatives have really come to the foreground, because it's the real value which everybody is able to see. And some of the key areas, I've just listed it down, for you to kind of get a view of it. And essentially, the green ones mean the short-term ones, which people are looking at, immediate ones in the short term, maybe 1 year, 2 year, 2.5 years, and then the long-term one, 3 years above. So remote operations, I think the challenge which I talked about in my previous slide, I think really can be solved by using a lot of technology tools which is already available. So remote monitoring is not a new concept, but I think increasingly adoption around that is happening. So you have to get into remote monitoring of your shop floors, of your plants, of all your premises, because in today's world, you don't really want to kind of bring in people and cause hazard there, right? I mean, there is a situation like this. Digital twins. Now, I think this was something which has been there for some time, but I don't think it has picked up to the same extent in India as it has been in the US and Europe. So I think a brownfield plant or a greenfield plant, today I think we want to kind of get into digital twins of that, so that we can actually maneuver all of those plant maintenance stuff, all of those safety issues, and all of those entire reconstruction and all of those things in digital twins. Business to business commerce, and I think this is again, as we talked about, I think it's the digital platform which is taking precedence here, and data management and data driven operations, basically, is the key, and I think that's becoming very, very prevalent, be it any manufacturing industry in today's context, right? Connected worker. I think all of us are working. I mean, this session is happening over a virtual platform. I don't think this would have happened, without, COVID being struck. So I think this COVID has probably some of the silver linings is that it has brought the world into a very, very connected fabric, which is a digital fabric, and you can see all of this remote workings, the virtual collaborations, and all of these things is having a great impact for our own work and everything. And I think most importantly, if you really see, the push for cloud has become so high that everybody just wants to move to the cloud. They want to bring in all of their legacy or whatever applications on the cloud, so that there is a complete seamless integrated environment for everybody to be able to kind of work on those. And hence, this also fills in or brings in some of the new subscription models, the pay-as-you-go models, and all of those things across the different landscape. It could be even your products and services and stuff like that. So that's another area which is really happening. Technology is advancing. The third point, of course, you see those simulations, and I think if you look at virtual manufacturing and using AR, VR, and all of those tools, we are really getting into a lot of assisted technology which can actually help us in our health, reducing our own health risks. And this is very important because if the employees are healthy, that really reflects upon the health of the organization. So, how do you really bring in those technologies to help your employees? How do you really safeguard their productivity? I mean, today, if somebody falling sick and he is off for 2 weeks, it does really impact the productivity, overall productivity, and the scheme of things on your goals and objectives. So I think those are the things which really technology is bringing in and actually enabling companies and people there. Human enablement was never so, prevalent. And I think a lot of these people analytics and behavior analytics is really helping us to kind of come up with, either health solutions, enhanced healthcare solutions, enhanced finance systems, and more importantly, also help you kind of, give you a path that, this is how you should improve. This is how you can do a better job. You can probably have a number of assisted trainings and stuff like that. So I think human enablement is actually getting into a very new definition with all of these technology. I mean, a simple thing is using a smart wearable. You could actually, help somebody do a job. They could be AR devices. They could be simple devices by which you could actually track somebody's throughout the entire plant or a mine or whatever. So those kind of things is really helping to kind of, help you on your safety front, on your health risks front and stuff like that. Supply chain, I don't think I should be talking about it. I think all of us know how it has been really hit. And clearly, if you look at all those technology areas like demand planning, on-demand delivery, integrated supply chain, traceability and transability, transparency in your entire supply chain, these have become some of the key areas of needs and solutions. And there are a lot of solutions already, many people have already implemented. When I say autonomous, I really mean by things like drones and stuff like that, which might probably take some more time, but I think it's getting there. And I think finally, this might not be more from a manufacturing perspective, but if you really look at it, a lot of things are getting into this smart city and smart living area. And a lot of these automation concepts, which is really from the shop floor or factory or whatever, is also getting into the smart city areas and living areas. And I think we're really getting into a complete, smart homes at this point of time. There are a lot of, if you look at a smart city, there are a lot of analytics which the government is able to do. There are a lot of smart apps which is coming in. So clearly people are really, in terms of adopting to new platforms and digital services, they're also, getting into smart learning platforms, this has become quite, prevalent in these days, where people are hooking on to different platforms to be able to upgrade themselves and things like that. So clearly the message here, what I wanted to kind of leave behind is that, all of these things which, I'm talking here is not a new thing, right? They were all there and they were at different levels of adoption. But today with this pandemic and this unprecedented time, all of these things have come to the foreground. And I think there's an increased attention and an increased focus for people to kind of either increase, enhance, or get into these solutions if they've not got into it, right? So finally, just painting the future, and I think Mr. Jitkar talked about, what does a future plant look like? Sorry, just can you see my slides?
Yes, your slide is
Right,
visible.
right. Sorry. Okay, fine. I just thought I lost the connection. So, I mean, what does the future look like? So clearly you see a lot of these industry 4.0 and the new technology areas which we've been talking for quite some time. I think all of us have been talking for quite some time. The robotics, the additive manufacturing, the sensor technology. So you will really see the factory floor being filled with a lot of these technologies. Then, you have a lot of these demand-driven supply chain, cloud computing, and big data platforms fueling your entire communication and storage. And this actually can help you in what do you say, the efficient decision making. Making a more resilient decision-making solution, or a more resilient factory to be able to kind of plan and deliver much more effectiveness and much more what do you say, authority and commitment, right? And finally, you have the analytics, and I think this is where I think all of these concepts of AI, machine learning, digital twin, which I just briefly talked about, augmented reality, and all of those things really come into picture. So this is really how it's going to look like. You might have more layers underneath to be able to kind of build in all of those things, but essentially the future would be a smart, connected, interconnected, pervasive factories, or smart factories which people or companies or employees and organizations and customers would rely on. Now, finally, I think just to kind of get to my concluding slide is basically, it's just a summary, from the perspective of what's really happening very quickly in today's time. And I think the few things which is happening as we speak in a very quick way, remote working on the cloud is becoming the #1 agenda in everybody's what do you say, wish list or the need list. Remote operations, because you have to kind of achieve light out operations in today's context. To do that, what are the things you need to do? Of course, technology, IoT, and all of these things come into help you. So remote operations is another key one. Enabling a completely integrated supply chain with traceability, sustainability, and transparency. Now that's a key. Otherwise, you are not a resilient company, because you will not be able to function. And of course, there are a lot of technology related solutions which are coming in, especially in industries which are a little bit hazardous, for example, mining and others, wherein you have to really lower the health and you have to safeguard the risks and safeguard the productivity and stuff like that. AR, VR, analytics, IoT is getting increased adoption. Of course, it was no longer as new as we thought, but I think it's getting increased adoption. And a lot of the, early adopters are now trying to jump into all of those things to be able to kind of get the advantages of smart manufacturing. People analytics, as I mentioned, and then getting into the smarter living area, and that's what people are focusing on. So, so that's where I think this is what I had a few slides, kind of just to set the context that if I would like to summarize, in one line, the future is really a smart, interconnected, pervasive manufacturing, and it's time to really think about enabling some of these unique or very important features to be able to enable that. And when you're doing that, it is all of these new technology which has become much more, proven now, much more trusted now, and much more affordable, now as it was, to be able to build that entire digital fabric or a digital, platform or a digital twin or whatever you want to say. So thank you very much. That's what I had from my side.
Thank you very much for that very engaging address, Mr. Singh. As you very aptly put, that essentially the future would be smart, interconnected factories that can be relied upon. Thank you very much once again. And also would like to tell the audience that if you have any questions for Mr. Singh, you can send them across to us and we'll be happy to take them offline. So thank you, Mr. Singh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. We'll be now having our first fireside chat on responding to global changes with technology innovations. The speakers for this chat will be Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, the president at Rolls-Royce India and South Asia, and Mr. Shekhar Jitkar, the chief editor at Publish Industry India. So gentlemen, over to you.
Thanks, Julie.
Yeah,
it was.
Hi, Shekhar.
Hi, Kishore. It was really pleasure having you in the summit today. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
your participation.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Good. So I'm happy to start this fireside chat today with Mr. Kishore Jayaraman. Just to brief about him, Kishore is currently the president of Rolls-Royce India and South Asia, and since taking over the role 8 years ago, he has been instrumental in driving strategic focus and significant expansion across the Rolls-Royce defense, civil aerospace, and power system businesses. And prior to joining Rolls-Royce, he has held diverse leadership roles across markets at General Electric for 23 years. So with this, we'll start with the fireside chat session today with Mr. Kishore Jayaraman. So Kishore, my first question would be, can you brief us on how has been the journey of Rolls-Royce in India so far, and has the company been able to capitalize and benefit on the very famous Make in India program? So how is it playing its part in India to help support the country's future technological aspirations?
Okay, thank you, Shekhar. Thanks for the question. Look, I mean, Rolls-Royce, I think, has been in India since 1936. In fact, it even dates back to 1932. So if you look at it, the very first engine on Tata Mail, that aircraft was a Rolls-Royce engine. Then 1936 was the Air Force, first aircraft was Rolls-Royce engine. Then the first aircraft with the Navy was a Rolls-Royce engine. 1956, we formed a joint venture or a technology transfer agreement with HAL. Then in 2005, we started forming our engineering capacity center. And then in 2010, we tried to form a joint venture. In 2010, a joint venture with HAL. And then in 2016, we formed 2018, we formed a joint venture with Force Motors. So I think as you look at it over a period of time, we've been selling stuff in India. We have been sharing our technology with the public sector unit under the Ministry of Defense, HAL, since 1956. We have formed engineering capability and capacity centers in India. We have got two joint ventures, both of them heavy into manufacturing, one manufacturing advanced components for aerospace, and the second one manufacturing full engine sets in India, for India and the globe. So I think, look, the Make in India concept is nothing new for Rolls-Royce, but the good thing is that with the focus on Make in India and with the focus of manufacturing contributing more towards our GDP, I think what the Prime Minister had made at that point in time was to point to India, something that needs to be done, and points to India and says that when multinational companies like ours come into India, please do come in here, not just from a services and a cost arbitrage point of view, but come into this country with a manufacturing and a value arbitrage point of view. And I think that point of view is the way we take that, and we have been doing that, like I said, since 2015. The joint venture, one in Bangalore, the other one in Pune, these are all testaments to it. Digital Center of Excellence here, engineering, people. So I think it's been a very good story for Rolls-Royce in India. And I'm very proud to be part of that journey and try to keep on building to a better future.
Interesting. Yeah, considering or taking your perspective of manufacturing ahead, I would like to ask you, the smart manufacturing, or I can say the digital transformation, has been the topic of discussion since the past few years. So do you think its definition or its concept is going to change post-pandemic, and going further, what would be the approach towards strategizing or deployment of such advanced technologies in manufacturing?
So, you see, if you talked at pre-pandemic times with me, I would have probably said that as time went by, things will definitely build on it. So there are 2-3 major points I want to make here. Number one is that, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, all these are tools that are probably going to be very, very important in a couple of broad areas. One is when you need extreme amount of productivity. right? So in cases you want extreme amount of productivity, you're going to go into more and more of automation. You're going to go into more and more of digital. You're going to go into more and more of analytics. So you're going to look at manufacturing processes. So that is one space, the reason for which we'll do it. The second space, what we will do will be primarily because it's very hard to do it at a high level of accuracy for a very long period of time with human interventions very frequently. And so that is the second area why that we will look at something which is going to be very smart manufacturing. Now, why did smart manufacturing come about? It came about because the storage capacities increased globally, right? So the computing power increases in the personal computers or in any of the computers. And then you have the storage capacity increase, so a lot of data can be stored. And so when you have the combination of these two, then you try to figure out by using the data that comes out of every single process and out of every single operation, and you try to do the analytics on it and course correct yourself so that you can prevent something from happening before. And so in effect, what happens is either you're increasing productivity or you're improving quality. Both of them contribute to the bottom line. So now this is the underlying foundation as to why smart manufacturing makes sense. If you are just going to be doing the same thing in a very routine way, then it gives an opportunity to automate it. But when you automate it, you have to upgrade the skills of people, and you have to make sure that there is enough capability available with the upgraded systems in order for us to perform the job that it is being upgraded for. Now, the other part of the equation is, with COVID pandemic coming in, the biggest dynamic that has happened is most of the companies have no revenues. And slowly the revenues are picking up, but it takes a lot of time for the revenues to pick up. Now, is it going to be a V-shaped growth? Or is it going to be a U-shaped growth? Nobody can say. To be honest with you, I believe it will be a V-shaped growth back. But we have not reached the bottom of that V for us to see the growth, because the bottom of the V is going to happen only because of two reasons. Number one is there is a vaccine. Number two is there is a cure, right? Without the cure, without the vaccine, we have done a fantastic job in India, better than any other country in the world in terms of how many people we test. So the test kits are not an issue today. So we are able to test quickly, we are able to trace quickly, we are able to figure out how to sort it out quickly. But that is only good up to a certain point. For you and me to be out in public and consuming, which is only time that the economy will start picking up when people start consuming, right? And that's when the whole tide is going to rise. And that's not going to happen until we hit the bottom of that V. Right? Will the V just become a U at some point? It'll be a small U. That's okay. That's a debate. But first of all, we need to hit that bottom. Once you hit the bottom, now, since we don't know where it is, there's no cash availability. Companies are struggling without revenues to protect their companies, right? Even if they have credit lines, to absorb the credit lines, then if you're publicly traded, then the stock value goes down. So because the debt keeps increasing, nobody knows the end here. So it is like a very, very huge dilemma that's happening. So I would say, given another 6 months or a year, smart manufacturing is going to happen, right? It is going to be the way things are done. But I think the opening of that particular, sort of a road will be delayed by about 6 months to a year. Right. And then the other thing that's happening is geopolitics. The other thing that's happening is globalization versus localization versus how is the world order going to look like? And all this will only come to the fore once you have gotten through this COVID thing. And we are not through the COVID thing. We are in the middle of it. In fact, we are at the peak of it.
That's two very interesting observations you made. So when you talk about smart manufacturing, with this more and more processes on the manufacturing floor are obviously becoming digitized. And in this scenario, an agile, motivated, and diverse workforce is the key to achieve strategic goals. So how important are the workforce diversity and employee engagement in order to build strategic capabilities and drive performance and growth in the current challenging times?
Well, to be honest with you, whether it is the current challenging times or it is the non-challenging times, I think diversity is always very good. Right? I think diversity is the only way that we can bring out the best of the minds. People don't think the same, right? I am answering a question posed by you, and you have posed the question based on a thinking, and I'm answering the question based on my thinking. I mean, here is diversity right there, right? So I think diversity is a must, whether you talk about gender diversity, whether you talk about regional diversity, whether you talk about geographical diversity, whether you talk about language diversity, age diversity. Diversity is a must. So COVID or non-COVID, to me, diversity is a must. So what happens is that human beings have to be hired on the basis of capabilities and not on the basis of any other factor, right? Which, unfortunately, as human beings, we have been kind of being discriminatory, right? And that is why the whole concept of diversity came up. But diversity is absolute must, whether we have the pandemic or not, right? And post-pandemic, I don't think any company or anybody, any country has a choice but to look at things from a very, very objective way. They cannot have subjectivity come in, because the times are going to be over the next couple of years, every company, small, medium, large, are going to have to try to figure out how to grow. Because right now, I saw a very interesting program on, I think, I forget which channel it was, but it was talking about, markets versus economy, GDP versus markets, And you look at it, the markets are all really doing very well today. The question is, why is that when you notice the GDP has shrunk so much? Right? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I lost your feed, your camera feed there. But anyways, I'll keep going. So I think when you look at it, I think markets are kind of in a position where they are trying to sort of hold on in some ways, but they are also, the full impact of the GDP and the shrinking of the GDP has not come into the markets yet. Now, will the markets just ride through that, or will the markets react to that? It's going to be, and all these are going to reflect in more and more people wanting jobs. So more and more jobs to be created means that there should be an upward spiral to be created. I think we live in very interesting times for the next year, year and a half. And I think only at the end of that will we be able to say that this will work or this will not work.
Perfect. Yeah, but I always feel there has been a lot of discussions on this smart manufacturing even before COVID. So there is some missing connect, which many people always share with us, that missing connect between the top floor and shop floor. So can you share your thoughts on the best practices for establishing practical and more effective ways to close the skill gaps and have an effective collaboration between the top floor and shop floor and get your frontline workforce ready for smart manufacturing?
Yeah, I think, look, it's a very ongoing effort. I can speak to you from our experience with our joint ventures. I mean, when I go to Bangalore and I'm on the board of our joint venture, and in there, when I look at it, it is very important even for us as part of the board, at least twice a year, to visit the shop floor and see what is happening. What is it that we are actually governing? Right? By understanding what is it we are governing and understanding what is happening there, we are able to make better decisions. That's at a very high level. But now if you look at a CEO of the operation, our CEO does a meeting with his shop floor employees almost every day in the morning. It might be at a leadership team, but it might be at an all-employee team, or it can be just a meeting with people just like that. But there is everyday connectivity. And what that does is it establishes a rapport. It establishes a communication. Now, when you have 30,000 people on a shop floor, it's not practical to do that. But then it is not like 30,000 people are going to report into 5 people at the top. They're going to have a hierarchy. There's going to be a chain of command. So I think it is extremely important for the organization to understand that a culture of transparency, a culture of open communications has to exist. It cannot be to a very large, there are always limitations in what you can say, what you cannot say. But it doesn't mean that we cannot talk about operational issues. We cannot talk about challenges and try to figure out how to address them at the quickest possible way. So people understand that you're serious about your business, right? The second piece of it is care. So we do, and I have to do as part of the leadership team, safety walks. So whenever I am in town in Pune or in Bangalore or in Delhi, we constantly look at how are we doing the right things from a HSNE, health, safety, and environment point of view in our offices, in our factory floors. And safety has to be primary #1 concern for all employees. And it should not be a concern in the sense of I'm working in a very unsafe place, but it should be a concern in terms of, am I missing something that can cause a safety hazard, right? And I think if you can create that, that shows care. And when you have care and then you have communication, I think automatically we will get collaboration. right? And the collaboration is the last thing, and that is the ultimate in terms of top floor and shop floor collaborating towards the end goal. What is the end goal at any shop floor is to deliver a product. And so if the product is going to be perfect, the collaboration is the key for it. And collaboration comes from care, and collaboration comes from making sure that there's a transparent way of communicating at all levels.
So this smart manufacturing is it's a wave. And this wave is coming with a lot of technologies inside it. So that includes IoT, Industry 4.0, then artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, 3D printing. So there are lots and lots. So and they're creating growth opportunities for everyone throughout the world. It's not just the India-centric or Germany-centric, it's throughout the world. So what changes in this area of manufacturing and supply chain do you anticipate in the coming years in terms of not just the technology change, but the collaboration opportunities globally?
I think, if you look at it, it's not just India, like you rightly said. I think it is not just India. It is not every country is trying to figure out how to create employment. Because a lot of companies, most of the countries have given out government subsidies for companies to survive through this crisis. So when they come back, these companies have to service the debt. Now, if they don't service the debt that they have, whether it's a government, which is taxpayer money, and they have to figure out how to help the taxpayer, or if it is not the government and it's banks, they got to figure out they got to pay the banks. So the companies have to survive. And for companies to survive, it has got to create a demand. And the demand can either be local or global, but the global demand is going to be tempered with the local needs of the different countries. Some countries will not have the capability to manufacture vaccines, so they will be happy to import vaccines. Some countries will be having timber, and they might want to export timber, but then other countries also have timber, and they might say that I don't need the timber. So I think the whole thing is going to be one wherein the global local picture is going to have a constant balance, right? And first of all, in the next year and a half, before we go into anything else, I think companies have to come back into a stable base, right? And it's not just any small, everywhere you look at it, large companies have been laying off lots of people. And those people need the jobs eventually. And those jobs have to come in through revenue generation for companies. Revenue generation only comes through demand. And demand comes only through probably addressing the company's needs in the short term, which is primarily cash, and then figuring out how these companies can grow sustainably. And in terms of collaboration between, different countries, I think it's never been a better time. There are technologies that are available globally, right? And that can be adopted in India. And when we adopt those technologies, the question is, do we absorb those technologies or we just adopt them for the sake of adopting them? I think if we absorb those technologies, it means our capabilities have increased, which means that we can spread those capabilities around the country into many other places. So I think it is extremely important to absorb. But then why would those countries do that? Or why would those companies do that? And those companies always are looking to drive their top line growth. So if they're going to drive their top line growth or they're going to improve upon their bottom line, we have to address the needs of the companies. And if you're able to address it, I think the globe is an open marketplace today, right? But if you want to export, it's very simple. Quality becomes the criteria because quality is looked at very differently by different countries and different people. And so we need to address the quality concerns in different countries. So if you're going to export it to Africa, it's going to be one thing. If you're going to export to America, it's going to be one thing. If you're going to export to Russia, it's going to be one thing. So you've got to be figuring out which part of it is going to work. So I think there are opportunities, but India also has a cup half full. And I think definitely the cup can be filled up, but we have to showcase, not show, showcase our capabilities. There's no shortage of capabilities in India. There's no shortage of capacities in India. If you looked at our Prime Minister's speech early on, 2015, he brought the three things: demographic dividend, demand, right, and a democracy. The 3 Ds. And those 3 Ds work very well. Right? We have to create the demand. We have the demographic dividend. We are a very strong democracy. The victory will be ours if we want it, but we should want it.
Correct. Yeah, I like your analogy of the cup half full. I would like to probably discuss with you maybe some other time. That's very interesting topic of discussion probably.
Sure.
But definitely we'll connect with you on that. So finally, coming to the last question, with regard to the topic of today's summit, that's responding to global changes with technology innovations. So what role today's business leadership can play to keep up with the rapid pace of technology innovation, speed up the recovery and prepare for the future?
So technology, look, technology, when you take technology, let's not just talk about engineering or any product development, but if you look at it, digital is evolving completely. The fact that you and me today are sitting here and talking over a video conference is testament to the fact digital is going to be the new way of doing things. So if someone has a very conflict and is not able to travel to a meeting, then there is always an option available, and this option will be exercised more and more. So digital is going to be prevalent. Companies that do not digitize or digitalize themselves are going to be shortchanged, period. Right? So like we touched up in the beginning about smart manufacturing and why data and storage are going to be the key drivers, I think it is important to understand that digital is here to stay forever for us. Right? Number one. Number two, the fundamentals never change. I think a lot of people here would have figured out how important cash is. So companies that have not had the cash during COVID times or the credit lines will find it very hard to survive. Or maybe have already gone belly up, right? But even if they have survived it somehow, then I think as they come out of this, they have to start thinking about cash positions that will enable them to tide through any other crisis like this, right? And so when you say cash has to be preserved, then you start asking the question, how do you create capital investments? There's a whole idea of business is about capital investments, debt structuring, and figuring out how to keep growing the whole business through absorbing all the right things into the business. Now, if capital is not invested, technology will not move forward. If technology does not move forward, you will not get enough of revenues. So I think it is going to be a balancing act for companies to figure out how to push and pull the right levers as they move through the next year to 2-3 years. Because it's going to be very critical in 2021. I mean, at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, yes, we have not hit the bottom of the V from a COVID point of view, but then people are just now moving about as freely as they did pre-COVID, with a little scare in their mind, but in principle, they're all out again. But once they are out again, if there's a second wave or something, there'll be a huge pause. And hopefully, touch wood, God willing, that never happens. But if that, we should plan for it. If such a thing should happen, what will these companies do? And I think companies have to think about it. So I don't think there'll be major technology investments in the immediate 6 months to a year. But I think after a year, we'll get back to figuring out how to get on with our lives. But let's look at the positives here. We're going to have the pharma industry taking off. We're going to have Atmanirbhar providing us a new platform, right, to think about what we can do more to protect ourselves as India and the industries in India. We'll look at more imports and more carefully. We will look at exports more carefully. So I think there's a lot of good things that has come out of it. But I think the challenges are not behind us. I know if I were to say it on a very positive note, I can be very, very optimistic of the future because the world will come out of this in a better place. But in a realistic sense, it's going to take us a little time, right? But that doesn't mean the recovery is U-shaped or the recovery is L-shaped. It only means that uncertainties still prevail. And until the uncertainties are away from us, we can't predict things very clearly.
Right, perfect. I hope we'll get out of it very soon and expect some kind of recovery, which is already, we can see it in the market. Yeah, in terms of the production picking up and the demand slowly getting on track. Of course, it will take some more time, but we'll have to bear with it. So I will take a few questions from the audience. My first question is from Mr. Chetan. Given the turbulence in airlines and aviation due to the COVID, so Rolls-Royce being the key engine manufacturer for most of the airlines, how much would this affect the company and what is the future of aviation industry given the virtual platform completely replacing physical travel, at least for the short term?
Yeah. And look, I mean, business travel is going to be a little bit challenged, right, in the short term. And I think at the end of the day, it used to be that when 9/11 happened in the US, everybody said business travel is dead. And business travel has really come a very long way since 9/11, right? When the financial crisis happened, they all said that the business travel is dead. And then it came back really aggressively. But during all these crises, 9/11, people said, oh, I'm going to only drive a car. I'm not going to drive, take the aircraft anymore. And then guess what? Very soon, the airline industry came back. Financial crisis, people lost jobs. I don't have money to pay for an aircraft. I can take my family of 4 or 5 to a nearby place and we will save money. That also went away. So in COVID times, now people are driving on holidays. People are trying to figure out how to spend their time outside in nature. That will also change and airlines will be back. So, I mean, we are used to the comfort of traveling fast from point A to point B. So that will never be taken away from us, whether business or leisure or something. And I think with COVID 6 months, people being stuck indoors, I think people want to get out very fast. There are, and the globalization, what it has done is that brought the world closer to people. I think people taking vacations from, Delhi to Goa can easily be replaced by Delhi to Bangkok or Delhi to Phuket or Delhi to Indonesia. So I think, I honestly believe that, yes, it's like I said, we haven't hit the bottom of the V in terms of finding a cure or finding a vaccine. But I think once that happens, the travel industry will just pick up very quickly. Right? In terms of Rolls-Royce and in terms of the aerospace, civil aerospace, look, we look at two things, right? One is when the aircraft start flying, we get our services revenue because we can do the maintenance of the engines. We make sure that the engines are available for the airlines at all the times. And so that business is hit because there is not many aircrafts flying. That business will pick up. As the aircrafts pick up, and if my first point about travel and people and everything picks up, services and business will pick up for us, so we'll be fine on one part of it. In terms of the capital investment, the airlines that are going to purchase new aircrafts are going to be totally dependent on how fast people start taking to the air. And again, it goes back to the first point, and I think if people start to travel more and more, airlines will fill the capacity of the existing aircrafts, and so there'll be more new orders coming. So in that process, I think will take about a year or two. Right. So
the current challenges we can expect is the short-term challenges, and in long term, yes, we can still see the business coming back again.
Yes.
But that long term, we don't know exactly. According to you, probably 1 year?
1 year, 2 years, right? I mean, worst case, it should be end of 2 years. But then if something happens beyond 2 years, look, we're all in serious trouble. We'll have to have a different conversation.
Okay. That's true. Okay, the next question is from Shipra Pandey. We talk so much that the Industry 4.0 technologies bring advantage. I want to know what risk may emerge in supply chain due to the adoption of these technologies.
Well, everything, the whole tide will rise, right? Just because smart manufacturing comes in, it does not mean that people are going to be without jobs from a people point of view. It does not mean that you're going to have less factories. It does not mean that you're going to have less processes. All those will continue. I mean, to make a part, you take from the raw material and convert it into a product, there's going to be a certain number of steps involved. And those steps are going to be looked at very differently. In the olden days, they would write it in a piece of paper. Then the computers came, they typed it into the computer. Then the ERP system came, so there was a flow of material shown in the ERP system. And now what is going to happen, the ERP is going to get a lot more intelligent and it's going to say, this machine has this part, this one needs this part. So I got to schedule this, I got to schedule that. So it's getting smarter. So as you go further into the world of smart manufacturing, this machine will say, I don't have this part, you need to give me this part. And this machine says, okay, fine. And it's going to process it. So the machines are going to start talking to each other, right? And then where is the human being in all this? Look, the machines can only talk up to so much time. The program comes from the human being. The computer maintenance comes from the human being. The whole power generation that comes in, the whole factory that is built out, the whole machine's maintenance, all these still human beings are required. So the training will be different, the skills will be different, but the whole processes cannot change. It is just the way we do things will be better. Lesser of human control means higher quality. If you have higher quality, then I think your demand goes up because people want your products. And at that point in time, you see a positive spiral.
Correct. Yeah, it's good. Given a choice, I would like to extend the discussion further because I love talking with you. but I think you have another appointment already lined up. So we'll have to stop here, and we'll take further questions maybe offline. I will send it to you, which you can probably share the responses with us. So thanks, Kishore. It was really absolute pleasure having you in the session, and you really put in kind of a 360-degree perspective on the topic, and shared with the good examples. I'm sure this will give a lot of value to the audience, and they will have kind of learning from your perspective. So thanks very much, and look forward to connecting with you again.
Thank you so much, Shekhar. Thanks for the opportunity. It was a pleasure to be here. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very gripping interaction, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving on, we will be having our keynote speaker, Mr. Viren Joshi, who is the CEO and President at Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corp. Who will speak on manufacturing leaders, transformation strategies in a changed world. Over to you, Mr. Joshi.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, great. So thank you, Shekhar, for this invite. Greetings to all of you. I can see several friends speaking today, so a big hello to them. Continuing from where Shekhar and Kishore was speaking, and I do agree with many of their thoughts. One maybe that I would debate is the future of airlines and travel. I'm wondering, is that going to ever come back to normal when all of us have just gone through this whole experience of being able to not travel and yet connect the way we are all today? So just I leave you with that thought of technology really taking over from conventional travel and staying in a hotel. It's just one thought for all of you. So recent global events, notably COVID-19, which we're all talking about, but again, in addition, US-China relationship rupture, and I don't think it'll ever get back to normal again, irrespective of which US president comes in. China's position in the global supply chain, which is challenged today, which will change going forward, and several other issues facing the world of today, I believe will lead to a great reset across the global economy. And this is a VUCA world which we face today, which was never envisaged or thought of by the founders of the definition of VUCA, the US Army, which I'm sure you all know. So with that, when you look at industry and the topic of today and manufacturing, I just believe that among that, we'll all need to look at a transformational, the opportunities which are going to come in front of us in manufacturing, in the supply chain. And in my mind, I'm trying to put this into 4 different reset folders or buckets. Buckets is what I would have said in the past. Today, it's more technology driven. It's a folder of today. So first folder I would talk about is digital leaders, and they're called lighthouses. This is an experiment of sorts. It's a definition of sorts by the World Economic Forum and McKinsey, and it talks about a few select leaders globally who have shifted faster to Industry 4.0, or what I would like to really call the 4th Industrial Revolution, 4IR. And World Economic Forum and McKinsey have identified 54 sites, which are plants across the world, lighthouses, and some of them, all of them are global known names like Renault, Sandvik Coromant, Unilever, Bosch, Schneider Electric, Tata Steel. Now, learning from them, within that, there are 4 distinct shifts which are taking place. Some of them we know, but these are the sites which have done a much deeper dive in this whole aspect of transformation. So the four shifts that you can see is improving agility and customer focus and concentrity. There's a need for faster recognition of customer requirements in today's world, even compared to yesterday. There's a need to adjust your manufacturing flow, and the need for possibly for some businesses to realign to small modular cells so that you can react much faster to customers' requirements. And I'm facing that, and I'll talk about that in a little while. Second major one is a supply chain resilience. The world faced a supply chain nightmare that they never anticipated. Nobody ever saw that. And that's going to make a major difference to those who can adjust. It'll be a competitive advantage. Customers are going to refocus the way they place orders on us. I'm facing it, and I'll talk about that a little bit. The third one, my favorite again, because I've been focusing on it a long time, but this is a different world now in terms of its speed and productivity. This third one is a major one, is going to make a big difference. It's going to result in a higher need for automation, a much different level of upskilling for workforce compared to what we anticipated in the past. The fourth and the last one, again, something really important, is the eco-efficiency, the eco-environment. Is going to be, it's always been important. Now it's going to take on an added importance, and I'll talk about that also. And this is not a compliance only issue. It's not that, oh my God, I should be compliant and be green. This is different. This is the whole world looking at the whole ecosystem and climates very differently. So all around this, for global leaders, focusing on how to transform, and for all of us, it's not just leaders, every one of us is going to be a new operating model, which is revolving around digital transformation. It'll apply to business processes, it'll apply to management systems, to reskilling, training, virtual reality, you name it. This transformation is across the whole, every way that we do business, including the fact that here we are talking, I'm in a different continent from you guys, and here we are able to talk and interact as practically as close as possible to being in a conference. The operating principle that I see of this new model will be, again, as I mentioned, agility and speed. You're going to have to, all of us will have to behave like a startup in some ways. The responsibilities have to be faster and faster. Decision-making will have to be faster. So if your speed last year was X, I think what we need today is a 2X to 10X improvement in every aspect of doing business. And if you don't do it, that delay is going to be very disastrous for business, the way I see it. So this speed obviously again demands higher digitalization practices across is the shop floor, warehouses, and office, R&D, HR, you name it, everywhere. The second one, the second major folder that I would talk about and bucket that I would talk about is a global supply chain. Partly I heard Kishore talk about that earlier when he was speaking. Is something that I face day in and day out in my business. And from the olden days of talking about just-in-time supplies, I think is more of just-in-time plus just-in-case supply chain management, which means just in case there is a pandemic, just in case there is another disruption in the supply chain, what will you as a supplier do? Will you have more inventory kept near shore? Will you have manufacturing plants near shore? How will you adjust and manage to make sure that the supply chain for your customer remains constant and steady? So nearshoring, next-shoring will mean some plants will be next to the customer, other plants will be closer to their supply chain, so that they are closer to innovation, the innovation coming from their suppliers, so that the main supplier can in turn produce innovative products with technology involved and bring it to his customer near shore. So this is going to be the future that we will see. And I can share with you right now, I've had customers, global customers come to me and say, hey, this is what we were buying from you out of India, and now we want 50% of that brought near shore to the US or to Mexico. What are you going to do about it? Now, fortunately, we are in a position to adjust that manufacturing and shift it near shore. But and I look at it both ways. I could lose some business and I could gain some more business also. And I think this is a challenge everybody will face going forward. The third major folder from my point of view is environmental strategy. It's a source of resilience. It's a competitive advantage if you take care of it. As I said, don't treat it as, oh my God, it's just a compliance. I just take care of all the obvious pollutions and I'm doing a great job. No, sir, that's not going to help. So just look at the changes already impacting each one of us and the world on global climate change. It's going to impact business, supply chains. For all of you, some of you might remember the Thailand floods, since it's in the region in 2011. It impacted the world. People shifted their manufacturing away from Thailand, made a lot of adjustments. I see the same happening with the pandemic of today. There will be a complete realignment. The last one, I'm going to go back from digitalization. I'm going to be a little more old-fashioned. And the last folder is the focus on lean transformation and manufacturing. And why I bring this in is we can talk about digitalization, we can talk about transformation, but unless your base foundation of manufacturing is strong, and I just believe that a strong manufacturing, in addition to processes, machinery, it has to be leaned out. And if you lean out, you've got an excellent platform on which to build for transforming digitally going forward. And lean, and again, I'll share some numbers with you. It just means, can you take wherever you were on the lean journey, can you take that to a much higher and faster focus? Very different from what we thought of. We thought we could go at a certain pace. Again, I bring lean to say, okay, in the past I said I could have done X or 1X or 2X. Sorry, maybe you'll have to move at a faster pace of 4X or 10X, even on the lean side of it. So in summary, from a transformation, 4 basic resets: digitalization, lighthouse leaders; global supply chain, the second one; environmental strategy and focus; and last, lean transformation of manufacturing. These are the 4.
And I think there's a bit of a lag. There's a bit of a lag in Mr. Joshi's video and audio, so we can. But whatever he shared with us so far, I think it was very informative and rather interesting. It's a shame that we couldn't hear all of it completely. But although we will be happy to take questions for him, so if you have any questions for Mr. Joshi, you can send them across to us, and we will be happy to take them offline. So we will be moving on to our next part of the summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a technology presentation by Mr. Gautam Datta, who is the Senior Director, Marketing, Siemens Industry Software, and he will be speaking on where smart manufacturing meets tomorrow. So over to you, Mr. Datta.
Yeah, hi. I need to do some couple of checks. So can you hear me first?
I can hear you. We all can hear you, yes.
Thank you. And secondly, I want you to know that my chat is open. If there is any such mishap that we just witnessed, kindly send a message. I would be able to read it on the chat, okay?
Sure, we'll put it across.
And now allow me to share my screen so that we can, and tell me that you're able to see it.
Yes, we can see the screen.
Okay, I'm just going to, can you see the full screen?
Yeah, we can see the full screen, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Thank you, madam, and thank you, gentlemen, for giving this opportunity. I would like to spend these 15, 16 minutes to first quickly share what kind of smart manufacturing vision that we are practicing globally, and bringing some examples and the perspective. Now, I would like to right up front mention that the examples that I have taken are pretty progressive, that is being practiced. So I would request you not to get kind of intimidated with a very common statement that we have faced many times, that this is not for us, or this is not meant for a SMB-centric country that India is, but that is where the challenge is. And I had 2 speakers before me, and I was listening to them very carefully, and they did mention that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter as to where we stand today. We have an opportunity to reboot ourselves, because the situation and the challenges that we are facing globally are not going to get reduced. They are going to continue, and we would have to reset many different ways that we have been working, and start skilling and adopting technology in terms of meeting this business value. But at the same time, I would also like to highlight that this discussion is not about software and hardware and systems. This is about understanding ourselves and our plans as to how we would like to approach this business, approach our respective businesses in this changing world. And once we have understood ourselves, we would also be able to plan as to what kind of adoption we need to take so that we can take baby steps towards making ourselves relevant in this world. And digitalization and digital technologies have given us that opportunity. But by no means, adopting a technology would remove our problem. Adopting the technology and changing our systems, changing our processes, the way we do business, all of that have to be seen in a complete holistic perspective to be able to take advantage. With that, let me quickly try and define what we believe is our understanding of manufacturing digitalization or smart manufacturing. Analysts are predicting that the next years of innovation, productivity, and business growth will be driven by demand of mass customization. And that's the reason why this is an opportunity for the small and medium to compete with the big and established, because economy of scale or volume is reducing with mass customization. And we have an opportunity, if we can address the market needs and deliver what the market needs using customization as the key, we would be able to compete and become globally relevant. And one of the ways we can do that is by adopting smart manufacturing. It means bringing intelligence into all the aspects of manufacturing processes, and that those encompass what we have heard about in terms of IIoT and IoT and Industry 4.0 and various other such terms. It essentially means bringing intelligence in our manufacturing processes. It's about integration of machines, parts, materials, products, buildings, supply chain, all of that put together, and addressing the business need, which is very, very flexible, which is demanding now to meet the dynamic supply chain realities, the dynamic demands, both on demand and supply side. Okay. So what is the vision of smart manufacturing? This vision says, and vision is emerging, is that it's about smart machines, smart products, smart logistics in an open, integrated, communicative framework. Think of an autonomous cyber-physical production system where intelligent products communicate their required manufacturing processes to the smart machine and robots. And these machines automatically request all the right material and component. Think of a multifunctional, adjustable, flexible machine, which is being set up in real time according to the manufacturing processes and the demand order that we have. Imagine smart products, logistics, autonomously running quality control, elaborating data, giving us feedback so that we can take quick decisions. And let's look at how it is emerging. Earlier times, before Industry 4.0 and even before Industry 3.0, if you look at the left bottom quadrant, fixed and manual, that's how we used to do. We used to work with very fixed programs, fixed products, and we knew what we have to make. But when engineer to order scenarios start appearing, and if you look at the left top, it is flexible and manual. People working with machines, people taking decisions, but some of the shop floor aspects were flexible. And then we moved towards fixed and automated, made to stock, mixed model, small batch, agile. And that's the way we are currently, but we are working and going towards flexible and autonomous, where smart manufacturing would be able to self-organize, self-adjust, and autonomous production. So this is where we are. We are in some kind of a transition. We are some places we are flexible and manual. Some of the larger, more established organizations have moved towards fixed and automated, but all of us are looking at how we can adopt flexible and autonomous, because we do not know what the demand would be, and we do not know what our resources would be available, how the supply chain would be. So if we have to become very flexible and agile, the only way to do is flexible and autonomous. And I agree with my previous speakers, because this gives somewhere a specter of what's going to happen to employment. I think we have to relearn, unlearn many things and relearn. And the time has come that we remove our reluctance, which we have demonstrated in past 15 years, reluctance to adopt new, reluctance to change, reluctance to, let's say, giving a reason for lack of funds or investments, reluctance to adopt and change with technology. I think we have to have a pragmatic way of moving forward. And as I said, it has to be baby steps. No one is asking us to throw out the older machines, but time has come to make sure these older machines are retrofitted with IIoT devices so that they start to speak to us. Time has come to convert our conventional design to digital design, conventional manufacturing to digital manufacturing. Let's see how it can be done. What are the questions, that realities and the barriers that we are facing in the manufacturing? We are facing fragmented digital infrastructure. Some of the functions have digital, let's say design, a lot of people are using CAD, but if I am able to use CAD and CAE technologies to develop new products, and my manufacturing system is conventional, it is just shifting the bottleneck from design and engineering to manufacturing. So one of the first reasons is fragmented digital infrastructure. The second is ineffective closed loop, because we are not getting all the data back and we don't know whether our decision resulted in improvement. What cannot be measured cannot be improved is a mantra we all know. So it's about measurement. It's about knowing what we are doing. The third is single purpose, inflexible linear processes. Linear processes will not solve our problem of tomorrow. We have to become very flexible, and we have to have multiple processes moving forward in an organization. Then ineffective transformation is another area of a barrier that we are facing. The transformation of raw data into information. Many of us believe that if I have IIoT and I have analytics, I would be able to improve. But think about it, unless we are acting on that analytics, unless we are taking action, we would not be able to improve. And how do we take action on data? We don't take action on data. Data needs to elevate itself in context to become information. Information has to become knowledge. Then it makes sense for us to make decisions. And last but not the least is the inefficient production data sharing. Our data that is generated from the shop floor is today limited to a few people, a few functions, whereas it has to get democratized. It has to be used by multiple people. Let's see how we are able to do that using smart manufacturing concepts and using technology in the right manner. And as I said, I'll keep on repeating, taking baby steps. We are able to do it with cross-department integration. Ask yourself, is my design integrated to manufacturing? Is my manufacturing integrated with quality? Is my manufacturing connected with services? And is my customer giving me feedback, manufacturing giving me feedback? So that's effective closed loop. Am I able to orchestrate my operations? If I change design, is my manufacturing setup changing? If I change design, are my revised tools available? If I change design and engineering, if the requirement changes from customer, am I able to change the entire operation to live up to the change scenario? Then comes the smart data contextualization. Data in itself has no meaning unless we make it in context of design, in context of quality, in context of manufacturing, shop floor, automation, etc. And last but not the least, connecting to cloud to be able to use all the new apps and the technologies that are available. We need not buy everything. We can subscribe to many things, convert our capital investment to operating expenses, and therefore drive a more profitable business. So it's a brand new way of doing things. One of the things that we base our concepts are digital twin of product, which is a virtual product, and then virtual production, and ensuring that there is validation at every step. So whatever we have designed, we have tested. Whatever we have planned for manufacturing, we have simulated. Then we go to the real production, and we continuously take feedback from real production and real product in the market, and use these closed loop to improve ourselves continuously. And all this is possible using what we are calling as a concept, manufacturing operations management and totally integrated operations. Let's have a look at how these concepts of manufacturing operation management and integrated automation can be used to address all those 5 things that we just mentioned. Okay, to begin with, let's look at collaborative automation design and virtual commissioning. Whatever we design as tools, as automation, as PLCs, as robots, now we can actually do a seamless digital data flow from design to it being commissioned by linking integrated 3D data to integrated electrical devices, schematics, PLC software. Automation design can integrate now with PLM, which you may already have, even if it is a small setup of data management, and it can be integrated with automation. And all these now can be deployed using an integrated automation portal. And what you see here is a practical implementation of it, okay? Then let's look at how we can transform virtual production into an efficiently orchestrated operation. When we integrate PLM and ERP, we are able to transform a virtual production to real production execution. The manufacturing operation management collects the bill of material, bill of process that our designers and planners have developed, and then validate it. And thanks to artificial intelligence, manufacturing operation management now compares all the information with real-time information from the shop floor. And therefore, we create an optimized production schedule. How is it possible that if your batch size is changing, your products are changing, your scheduling has to become dynamic so that you can maximize your utilization? It is very important to orchestrate these manufacturing needs and quality operations according to the production plans, which are very, very dynamic on a daily basis, because your batch sizes are changing, because your demand is changing, which is what Kishore mentioned about in his talk a few moments ago. Now think about it. What is the ideal state? Ideal state is I should be able to make the smallest batch size being 1. If I have to make 1 product from my shop floor, and every product is unique because that is what is mass customization, then we have to become efficiently orchestrated in our operations. Let's move forward. Now, from the fixed change processes, we are moving to an automated, flexible, and safe production. Anything can be made anywhere. And therefore, same shop floor, in this example, we are able to make multiple models of vehicles on the same shop floor. This is a real life customer example, okay? And we can use our system to synchronize the manufacturing operations with flexible logistics and automated guided vehicles. Now, I know you may be thinking this is very, very futuristic. While this is futuristic, there are many baby steps in which we can achieve it. For example, to begin with, we need to start looking at how we can change our shop floor processes dynamically with respect to the orders which are coming to the shop floor. We have to reduce the changeover times. We have to reduce the inflexibility that is built into a conventional shop floor of whether it is manufacturing, machining, or assembly. Okay, let's move to the next step. Closing the loop between the virtual and real with actionable feedbacks. Because now we are orchestrating all manufacturing and quality operations, and we have IIoT ready machine and shop floor, we are able to get the feedback. This feedback essentially in itself is just data, but once we add to it the manufacturing information and the quality information, it becomes contextualized. We know on which machine it was made. We know what was the quality measurement and metrics from those workstations. And thanks to this digital thread between design to manufacturing, we are able to now distribute these actions and the information. We can now distribute, if there is a design change required, with the feedback, we send it to design function. If there is a manufacturing process to be changed, we send it to manufacturing. If there is a plan that needs to be reconfigured, then we send it to the methods planner. If the fixture needs to change and adapt to the change, then we have to send it to the tooling department. So the actions are faster, the feedback is contextualized, and we are able to move forward with improvements. Okay. Last but not the least is activating continuous quality feedback. This is what we call is a, coupled with closed loop manufacturing, which I showed you just now. This is called closed loop quality. It's it results in a very highly efficient production where the plan, do, check, act, the PDCA cycle, those who are quality professionals, they would know how this cycle works and how we can evaluate the quality of the product at each stage of the product's ideation. So when we are making a product change, the quality system starts working from that time. It sets up the process which says, how do we cover our risks of this change? And if we can simulate at that moment what kind of changes we require in terms of either design or in case of manufacturing processes, we are able to then compare our closed loop data with the expectations that we have and make sure that they are converged. The purpose is to ensure that the quality of the current product and the intelligence is fed back into the design to improve the quality of the next generation product. And these changes are going to be very, very smooth and very dynamic because, as I said, this is the age of mass customization. What I want is different from what you want. And as a manufacturer, I have to cater to both the needs and the diverse needs. So my response system has to be extremely, extremely agile. Gaining visibility is probably key to our taking decisions. So whatever we are doing, if we are able to gain visibility at shop floor, at corporate level, at governance level, at the departmental head level, all these dashboards and cleverly configured reports tell us how's my performance, how's my, many of the entrepreneurs have asked us this question. Will I be able to view the overall equipment efficiency, OEE, in my system? Yes, you can, provided you have not just an IIoT, but also IIoT data contextualized with production and contextualized with quality. This provides a full scalability from the corporate view to the investigation of KPIs in a single site. And it gives us a framework for operational, tactical, and strategic decisions in short term, medium term, and long term, so that we are able to improve continuously. I will repeat, all these things and aspects that I shared with you today are happening as we speak in India as well as globally. It's up to us to adopt them. It's up to us to adopt them in a very planned, baby step manner. One can start with, let's say, first is implementing of IIoT in the shop floor, having a feedback. Now, what is it that we do with that feedback? Am I to change my design? Am I to change my plan, manufacturing plan? Am I to change and update my setup on the shop floor? Is my utilization improved? Can I run scheduling? Can I run experimentation? Experimentation means simulating, and I can constantly have the data into my system to simulate my new schedules. It's about experimenting both in design and in manufacturing and choosing what is most optimal. So coming back to that, where we began this discussion, it's about virtual product, virtual production, and then taking this information to real production, always doing a validation, as you can see in the small arrows within the circles, and then do a delivery of real product to the customer. And at all stages, it is giving me feedback which is then contextualized to make knowledge. And that helps us do collaboration, reduce lead time, make our workplaces flexible, and improving the supply chain collaboration. It is one way of making sure that we are proactive in our quality activities and we are compliant. Because one thing is sure, the regulations are going to get tighter. Regulations of product, regulations of processes, regulations under which we operate are going to get stricter and tougher to meet the times that we are facing today. I would like to thank you. That was a very brief, very quick overview of the aspects of smart manufacturing that we are facing as a barrier, and how we are devising ways and solutions around technology to bring in this change, which may be slow, but it is quite steady. And one of the things that one of my managers speaks to me is that I think time is coming that we have to become very, very comfortable with change. That's probably the only constant thing we would face. Thank you. Over to you, Shekhar. If you could give me some questions. Am I right on time?
Yeah, little delay, but we can take a couple of questions. Yeah, it is thanks to you. Pleasure having you in the session.
Thank you.
There is one question from Shipra Pandey. Do strategic alignment leads to supply chain integration, and does information transparency lead to supply chain integration, or vice versa?
I would say it is vice versa, of course. I mean, everything feeds into its success, but I think the start of this is transparency. Transparency results in a better supply chain collaboration. Knowing our suppliers and knowing our OEMs and knowing what the suppliers have. And it is not just about incoming goods inspection. It's about having a transparency into our suppliers' operations so that we can work together and solve the problem at the root. Having a root cause analysis for every exceptional event and ability to solve it, both as an OEM or as a supplier, leads to supply chain integration, and therefore gives us a better ability to address the dynamics of today. Does that answer the question?
Yes.
I hope so.
Next question is from Ajay Karnam. Can you integrate manufacturing floor and customer requirements?
Could you repeat that question, please? Sorry.
Can you integrate manufacturing floor and customer requirements?
Absolutely. If you really see the way we just looked at this challenge, the work started with, this whole value chain started with customer requirement. I'll take half a minute, Shekhar. This requires a bit of explanation, okay?
Okay.
What is a requirement? Requirement is in the form of a survey, of a marketing survey, or marketing department's new specifications of a new product or a new component, or the way supplier has, OEM has laid out his requirement. This is in English. This English needs to get converted to, let's say, a broad-based specification, and then detailed specification, and then a broad-based design and a detailed design. And the detailed design leads to the detailed process of manufacturing, which is what we call as bill of process. And that leads to the automation strategy of the shop floor. That leads to the shop floor management. Now, if we can somehow digitally integrate requirement to detailed design, to planning, to automation, to shop floor execution and quality, and therefore back to customer, and the closed loop starts again, I think we have it. So yes, the answer to your question is absolutely yes. We can integrate requirement, and systems are available today which integrate requirement. Of course, requirement is directly not integrated to manufacturing. It is integrated through design and engineering.
Okay, thanks a lot. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Datta, for that absolutely very winning presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have 2 polls by Siemens for all of you to participate in. The polls will be displayed on your screen, and you will have 30 seconds to put in your vote for both the polls. So can we please have the poll questions? Yes, so we have the poll questions. The first one is, priorities of processes for your organization to digitalize in order to achieve multi-year growth goals. So your ratings are from least important, important to more important. And your second poll question is, rate the readiness barriers in the order of its severity, absence of which slows down adoption of digital technologies, operational performance metrics, which is again, your options are least important, important, and most important. So ladies and gentlemen, your time starts now. You have 30 seconds. Can we have the result for the polls, please? We have the results. So for the first one, where we asked if priorities for processes for the organization to digitalize in order to achieve multi-year growth goals. A maximum people voted for important, which is 51%. And after that, it was most important, which is 46%. And the minimum people responded to 3% of less important. And the second question, which is rate the readiness barriers in the order of its severity, absence of which slows down adoption of digital technologies. The least vote was given to least important, which is 4%, and the maximum vote was given to important, which is 68%, and the medium vote was given to most important, which is 28%. So thank you very much, audience, for participating, and we will be moving on to the next part of our summit today. So we will be welcoming our next guest speaker, Mr. Vivek Saha, Director and Head Digital Transformation, NASSCOM Center of Excellence, who will speak on digital adoption in manufacturing value chain. Over to you, Mr. Vivek.
Hi, everyone. For some reasons, I'm not able to open up the video. It's been, okay, I can start it now. Great, hope everybody can see me.
Yes, we can see you.
Oh, fantastic. So, very warm welcome to everyone. I think I can see a lot of people, industries across the globe, at least a lot larger parts of India and also the cross borders to be here. So, great to have you all. So, I had digital transformation and industry 4.0 for NASSCOM, and just one second. And then now my charter is, as NASSCOM, I think everybody knows about it. We are an association, but actually the Center of Excellence part of NASSCOM, where I come from, is actually taking the innovation thought leadership to execution, right? Primarily also aligned with the government's agenda or the PM's agenda on Atmanirbhar Bharat in terms of digitizing and digitalizing across all the emerging technologies you have in the space, right? Now we have so much to play around with the technologies, but the essence of this is, as you see, we have formed an ecosystem with some guiding principles so that it helps all the industry across the globe, across India, of course, as a focus right now. And take the best from India to abroad and take the best practices from cross-border back to India, right? It sits on the 4 pillars, while the right-hand side is what you see as an ecosystem which we have built up, and it's also called Industry Digital Innovation Consortium. The key aspects of this whole consortium is we bring the best of all the players, right? As most of you know, NASSCOM houses one of the largest deep tech startups. 10,000 startup program is what we are running in NASSCOM, and the Center of Excellence is accessing that to bring the real innovation into the play, right? For the country and also for large industries and also for MSMEs. We have a large user adoption group, strategic innovation group is formed within them. It's a subset of that. We have industry associations, policy advocacy, government and standard bodies, research arm, talent and skills. And also, as I talk about, the Global Trade Development Organization, the NASSCOM, to kind of take good things out of NASSCOM and take it to the market. Right? while you can see the 4 pillars at the left, the key aspect of this is we need to focus on very much connected execution, which means that we don't want to be too fast. We don't want to create volumes out here of having 1,000 industry in the gamut, but we want to go steadily and proliferate this agenda of industry adoption or digital adoption in the right sense. So we want to be steady, and we want to be very much industry adoption centric for us to get this outside-in approach, not just technology for the sake of technology. So it's essentially a collaborative ecosystem which brings business value based digital transformation. So we don't, of course, technology has to be infused everywhere, but we don't start with technology because you need to understand the real problem across the industry value chain. And that's how we have the whole gamut of processes and innovation model, as we call it. And we'll speak in slightly more detail here. But the essence is, the benefit we bring in is, today, as we are nearly a year old now, we are hosting, I think one of the digital channels people would have heard about is Voice of Manufacturing, wherein we are bringing all the industries, big, small, medium, and making ourselves approachable. So it's a thought leadership and deep understanding on needs and the challenges of industry value chain, right? Across connecting with the end users, very much collaborative decision making, and bringing the user perspective, right? If a plant operations head or a plant manager or a plant senior vice president or anybody is having problems, we need to see that from that lens, right? We don't want to see it from a technology lens or an IT lens, right? And that's where we bring our partners to co-create and innovate digital solutions. How do we do it? We are pretty much focused, very much laser sharp, right? We are having these 10 impact areas. We call it as Industry 4.0 led digital transformation, but it is more than that. While everybody can talk about technologies, AI, AR, VR, robotics, and whatnot, this is the applicability. So the fins you see is actually the real industry problem on ground, right? And the circles which you see is how do we evangelize that to become a solution, whether it can be a canned solution from a partner, or it is, you want a pointed solution for your pointed problem through our startups. So we curate the startups and bring it to live and solve the problems, right? So that's how we kind of really do it. We have a design thinking model. So it's not that, as I said, you don't see any element of technology here, right? So we start to frame the opportunity, conduct the research, ideate very much with the user group. And this is one of the starting infographics of the digital transformation journey, which we have put in out here, is how we do it, right? How we go to the whiteboard, how do we sketch it out, how do we get into the nitty-gritties, and how do we interconnect the dots out here, right? So the applicability is key. It's not just dropping a heavyweight solution and then you don't know how to figure out how to kind of integrate that solution. So we have innovation engagement model. As I said, Discover is one part of it, where we get into the design thinking. But as we go forward, the level of digital adoption increases, right? You curate a solution and customize as per your pain, right, or the requirement, and then at the fag end of design, you start looking at what is the technology mesh out there, right? That's where our 4 physical branches of Center of Excellence comes in, and then they bring in the real execution flavor. So from design to deploy is thought leadership to execution, right? And once we deploy, we test out the waters, and then we scale it up to realize the impact. So our journey is not to kind of leave any adopter in lurch. We want to kind of go across all the phases. We'll be very successful with large industries, small industries, medium industries. Of course, the problems are different for each type of industry, but across those 10 areas of impact, we've been very, very successful. Just to touch upon, I think for everybody to understand this, and I think I can go one by one, how do we run this whole ecosystem as such? We have strategic partners. We have, when I say strategic partners, they might not be the members, but they are actually working along with us. They are the front runners who help us, getting into the league of understanding, right? Where the industry is moving and how we can deploy things. And then, the innovation group, the strategic innovation groups is all about talking across the industry value chain and then going into the whiteboard and trying to understand the strategic level of understanding of requirements, what the industry would look at, right? And then, of course, everybody would talk about, so we bring in different types of solutions all throughout, including the startups, which we are very, very strong at, and that's where the innovation breeds. And then we bring all the facets of industry layers, including the digital integrators, because it's not a system integrator, it's a digital integrator as we call it, because that's the most crucial part of a connected enterprise, right? If you are not connected your varied disparate systems together, you cannot do, your data is not connected. If your data is not connected, your information is not connected. And if your information is not connected, you don't have an insight. And if you don't have an insight, you don't have an action, right? So that's how it all kind of matters a lot for us. And that's what derives the value. We promote technologies, of course, as the enabling factor out there for innovation. We have test beds within our Center of Excellence and our partner whom we have collaborated with, like IIT Delhi and Foundation of Smart Manufacturing, which is an initiative between IIT Delhi and Automation Industry Association. We also, as I said, we have a collaborative ecosystem to accelerate digital adoption, right? So if something falls at the back of any of these associations or government bodies, like also, for example, Department of Heavy Industries or MIT, or it can be any other organization, we bring them to our rescue. And we also bring a collective voice of manufacturing, as I said, is one of the digital channels through which we communicate and be vocal with the industries, and also bring back the collective needs back to the government and other people, right? And also, of course, we bring the feedbacks from the associations collectively from the automotive companies or from the manufacturing associations. So with that, I think I'm ready to take questions, but these are some expectations from the end user adoption industry. We have been fulfilling in a great way. The first two is more non-technology based. And then I said that the third and fourth layer is more around how you want to incubate or test drive when you delve into more on a deploy stage. And then, of course, foundational layer is around the skill and advisory, which is very important, because I know anybody can dump the technology, but you need hands and feet to operate, right? So that's how we operate. I'll be happy to take questions, and at the backdrop, maybe I will put this model. How do we curate? What is our innovation model? So over to Ankita or Shekhar in terms of if you have any questions, I'm happy to address them.
Yes, thanks Vivek. It was quite insightful. So I would like to ask, there is one question. Do you have any programs which are specific to SMEs? Because SMEs currently, they are on lookout for some kind of guidance or experience sharing to adopt the Industry 4.0 solutions or to get into digitalization mode. So how does your center help in SMEs?
Absolutely. I think pretty much. So if you see on the top, the startups and MSMEs. So whether it is an industry SME or a tech SME, right? So anyway, tech SME has to be a part of it. We work very closely with the SME organizations and SMEs directly as So, the problems are same. Of course, the large industries has a bigger problem in scale, while these SMEs are nothing but the ancillaries or tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. So to answer straight, Shekhar, yes, we are pretty much working with the SMEs to bring more digital adoption across their value chain. And also we work through other large companies to help them SMEs, because some of the large companies have approached us saying that you need to educate our SMEs, because unless until they are well tuned with the digital adoption, they cannot integrate with our systems, right? So it's very equally important that it's not just the large companies, manufacturing companies who are digital. Pretty much SMEs are part of it.
Okay. The next question is from Hitesh Goswami. Their company is into Industry 4.0 solution providing. So how can we be part of NASSCOM Center of Excellence?
Right. So there are two types of providers. So the whole, if you see the whole system of ecosystem is divided into two parts, and then there are enabling factors. So one is adopters, whether it is large industry or small industry, and then other side is providers. Within the providers, we have startup companies, and we have they also have MSMEs, the tech as MSMEs, right?
Yes.
So if you are an MSME and more than a startup, right, you can still work through us. We can look at what your solution is. We keep on matching the demand and supply, right? What industry is talking to us, and they want to echo that as a challenge across their value chain, right? We would work through the providers. So today we have around 100 providers, and of course around 40 to 50 startups working with us. We don't want to increase the number just for the sake of increasing the numbers, right? And it is also coming from the demand and supply match. So you can very well be integrated there. You can approach at indic@nascom.in. It's INDDIC@nascom.in. And we are happy to kind of extend that.
Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, Vivek. It was a pleasure having you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be moving on, and we'll be playing a sponsor video by Monotech Systems. So can we please have the video for our audience?
To understand the profound impact of being able to 3D print metal parts like these, just look around you in the world around you.
This is industrial. I mean, this is a different scale.
With Markforged, every year is like a new breakthrough.
With this new printer, you print materials you already know how to use. There's no learning curve.
You can bring that magic right into your office. You start to print tonight, and the next day you're holding it in your hand.
You can print titanium, magnesium, you name it, and you actually have working prototypes.
If you can afford a $500,000 to $1 million metal printer, buy one. For the rest of the world, this is for you.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was the sponsor video by Monotech for you. Now it's time for the second fireside chat of the day, which will be on strategies for the new manufacturing reality. I would request all the speakers to turn on their audio and video for this chat only once their names have been announced. So the moderator for today's chat is Mr. Shekhar Jitkar, the Chief Editor at Publish Industry India. And our revered speakers are Mr. Rajesh Nath, the Managing Director at VDMA India, Mr. Vivek Bhatia, Managing Director and CEO, Thaizukup Industries India, and Mr. Parag Satpute, Managing Director at Bridgestone India. So over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks, Julie. Good afternoon, Rajesh. Good afternoon, Parag.
Good afternoon, Shekhar.
Good afternoon, Vivek.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Pleasure having you in today's session on the very interesting topic of the fireside chat on strategies for the new manufacturing reality. So, as you know, I already mentioned in my earlier speech that COVID-19 has been evolving at a very unprecedented speed and scale, and manufacturing companies are trying to grapple with its immediate impact as both their production and supply chain operations are being disrupted. Since last few months, the operations have already been resumed, partly or fully. But such kind of situation demands production companies think and act differently and look at the new normal for best practices in whether it's product development or production or research and development or supply chain, distribution, sales and marketing, so many things. So many manufacturers are struggling to maintain their operation levels while the most critical resource, that's the people, they have been constrained by the much needed social distancing norms. So in this scenario, adjusting operations in real time, this calls for a new approach to everything we do, be it the products we manufacture, the processes we use, the safety measures we follow, the technologies which we deploy, the way we respond to market requirements, the way we communicate, and most importantly, the manner we manage the workforce in the current situation. So with this, I would like to start this fireside chat with the first question to Vivek. The manufacturing and supply chain operations have been majorly disrupted all over the world. So would you like to share with us the measures and initiatives taken in your organization to get the manufacturing operations on track in the new normal with the maximum efficiency and productivity, at the same time ensuring safe working environment?
Yeah, Shekhar, I think very rightly said, there's definitely a big issue currently with COVID. The circumstances, the situation are entirely unprecedented. And when we think about manufacturing, this is particularly challenging because in many office roles, you can really, digitalize, you can work from home, you can do things in many different ways. But when it comes to manufacturing, you have to be on the shop floor, you have to be next to your equipment, you have to collaborate with other staff members. So it is a very interaction-intensive, people-intensive operation. So that is one. Second, it is also an operation which is very much dependent on a variety of factors around the ecosystem. So for example, you need to have the raw materials to be able to produce. And in the initial phases of the lockdown, and partly even now, we did see a substantial disruption in supply chains. So getting the raw materials in, getting the components in so that we can do the assemblies was proving to be a big challenge. Secondly, during any manufacturing phase, and we are into heavy manufacturing, there are many intermediate stages where customers want to do inspection. So in today's environment, you can imagine it is practically impossible for a customer living 500, 1,000 kilometers away to mobilize his inspection crew to be on site when we raise the inspection calls for him to witness. So that again was a big challenge. Thirdly, I think logistics. Once you've made, you need to get your product out to your customer, to the project site for it to be deployed. And in this entire chain, I think we've had to rethink how we are working, how we are doing things. So for a start, I think within the shop itself, there was a huge communication effort to sensitize the team on the new practices and interventions, social distancing norms, all the SOPs that we had implemented, making sure that even the junior most worker understands what are the SOPs that are required, enforcing the wearing of masks. So I think there was a big communication exercise to get people to understand, adopt, and implement all the SOPs that we had. Second, I think managing between shifts, we had to implement a series of measures so that we had sanitization, that we were able to isolate each of the shifts one from the other, so that if we had an incident in one shift, we were not transferring that problem to other shifts subsequently. Third, I think we had to do a very strong and rigorous, contact tracing program. We had to really create discrete teams and also keep a track of who is in touch with whom. Because what we have seen is during the progression of the pandemic, there are unavoidable situations. You will have cases where people come back and say, I'm sick, I'm not well, and I have COVID. Now, what do? You have to immediately go back and see who were the 10 people he interacted with. How are they feeling? They need to be quarantined. Have we made sure that they are not, through the canteen staff, through the security staff, through the housekeeping staff, have they not transmitted it? So I think contact tracing, limiting, and creating discrete teams was the other big challenge. So I think these are just some of the topics that we've tried to address. And then, of course, I think we're working very closely with our supply chain partners to synchronize supplies and also bring in digital capabilities to the shop floor so that we can have virtual inspections. So that we are avoiding the necessity for some of the clients to be physically on site. I would summarize these as some of the major initiatives that have been taken.
Right. Rajesh, would you like to
Yeah.
ask your next question?
Yeah, thank you, Shekhar, and thank you, Vivek, also for highlighting the challenges. Parag, coming to you, I think Vivek spoke about the challenges that we are facing now, Parag. Now, what would be the strategies for the new manufacturing reality or the new norm when we are talking handling complexities as well as preparing for the future? So what would be your piece of advice here, Parag?
Thank you for having me here. First of all, really happy to share our perspectives with your audience. And it was interesting listening to Vivek because all of industry went through this period when there was a heavy focus on safety and security. And we did many of the things that Vivek was describing there, and that was the immediate priority. But coming to your question, I think the single biggest change that has happened in the market environment today is the volatility and the unpredictability of demand. We had a period when there was absolutely no economic activity, everything was shut down. Then we started to ramp up in June, July. And if we had expected that this is going to be a smooth ramp up, then we were in for a surprise because certain parts of the industry just skyrocketed and demand from OEs, for example, really piled on. Other parts were more sporadic. Some parts of the country closed down, others opened up, there was pent-up demand. So this whole volatility and unpredictability is the biggest challenge that industry is facing today. And I believe that this is going to continue for at least a few quarters, if not even longer. So that's what we as manufacturing need to cope with. And the way we are gearing up to do that, it's in a two-phased approach. The first phase is short-term actions. What can we do immediately? And the second phase is, of course, more fundamental change that we need to bring about. And I would say what underpins both of these phases is that as a company, as an organization, as individuals, we need to become more agile, meaning we need to be able to sense what is happening in the market and respond very quickly to that. So in the short term, what we are doing, at least within Bridgestone, is that the big dependence we have or the bottleneck we have is on the labor force, the workforce, because all said and done, manufacturing tires is a skilled job. And we realized quickly once the demand picked up that the main bottleneck was on the supply side, not the demand side. So we are building flexibility in our workforce. the ability to flex it upwards and downwards by 15 to 20%. And this is something that we need to carry on for the next few months. And along with that, we are working very, very rapidly to multi-skill our workforce. Because we have multiple lines of production. In previous times, we would have made experts or professionals of people in one particular product line. That's how you get the best quality. But in this new reality, we want to be able to move people from one workstation to the other because the demand is shifting. Initially, there was a huge demand for truck tires, but now we find there is a very, very large demand for small car tires. So how can we get our people to be able to work on both of this? So that is what we are doing on the short term, working with the labor side. So medium to long term, our idea is to focus on more fundamental change, such as making a product or our manufacturing more modular. You know, we produce more than 300, 400 SKUs, and each of these SKU consists of 20, 30 different parts. So how can you bring in modularity so that you can minimize the number of child parts? Because a large challenge of becoming agile is to reduce the work in progress. So that is something which we have started and we will continue to focus on over the months. And the second thing which everyone is talking about now is how can we harness data and digital technology to speed up our journey to become more agile.
Right.
Very well.
Yes, Rajesh, please.
Especially the short term, you mentioned about agility and also multi-skilling, and for the medium and long term modular manufacturing and integrating data and going ahead with the steps of digitalization. Right. Thank you for that. Over to you.
Yeah, I think after having understood about the effective measures and currently what the manufacturing reality is, it's time to address the challenges arising out of this disruption. So Rajesh, I will ask you first. Do you think this smart manufacturing with the kind of digital transformation will address these challenges arising out of the disruptions in manufacturing and supply chain, and in what way? What are the key drivers for smart manufacturing today?
Yeah, thanks for this question, I think a very important, very pertinent question. Shekhar, what we've seen in the last 5 to 6 months, I think for the first time in history of manufacturing, the supply, the demand side, the supply side, the workforce, all were impacted. And this impact was not only confined to a region, but all over the world, global impact we had. So I think we have seen certainly the disruptions happening, supply chain disruptions. Now, let us look at the traditional way of running our supply chain. One does the demand forecast. Demand forecast is based on certain historical demand levels. The data you have maybe for the last 2 years, 3 years. So based on that, we typically the demand, you do an estimated demand forecast. However, I think what is required, Shekhar, is we need to move into the phase of supply chain 4.0, related to smart manufacturing and to industry 4.0, where we are actually talking of an integrated supply chain. So through, let's say, for example, through embedded sensors, you're getting information. You know what is the condition at your customer end. You're getting data from the customer. Now, if this data can be given to your supplier, so you have, the supplier also knows when it has to be supplied. So basically, we are integrating the whole system. We have an interconnected manufacturing setup where right from, let's say, from sourcing, procurement, processing, manufacturing, storage, warehousing, the complete chain is interconnected. It's like you could say like a digital thread connecting the various aspects of manufacturing. And we are providing basically are trying to provide an end-to-end solution. And I would just like to use this phrase I mentioned. We are looking to marry supply chain and operational practices with digital technology. Now, where is this going to help? Ultimately, it's going to help. We heard earlier speakers. I think Mr. Gautam Datta gave a very nice, a very good presentation and a very practical approach presentation. So when we are going to talk about, we are moving into mass customization. So when we talk about mass customization, your whole manufacturing system should geared up to undertake the fluctuations in supply, in demand, in change of design. And I think also, as Parag mentioned, looking at modular manufacturing. Now, here again, you're trying to reduce the number of components, trying to make the whole system effective. So I think ultimately we are talking about a smart and integrated supply chain, augmented by digital transformation and complementing it with smart manufacturing. That would be my take.
Okay. Right. Parag, would you like to add anything on that? How do you think the smart manufacturing will address the current challenges? And in what way?
Indeed. It was interesting to listen to Rajesh. Yeah, he's very right that our supply chains have got longer. I mean, I come from the automotive industry, so we have extremely long supply chains, also distributed supply chains, right? So we have large OEs in India buying from tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers whose raw material comes from China or Korea or wherever. And what if you follow the traditional way of planning, then what each of this node in the supply chain is going to try and do is to build buffers to protect against the risk. You know, I talked about the volatility. As soon as the planners start to see the volatility, they start to build stock, either raw material stock or finished good stock. And that's not advisable or good at all for the end customer, because that is going to add cost in the system. Also, it creates sometimes situations where there is artificial demand. You know, again, where I talked about how suddenly the demand in certain parts of the industry ramped up. My belief is a big portion of that was just building up of inventory in interim nodal points. And when the kind of demand stabilizes, it is going to result in, again, brakes being applied. So which is really not good for anyone in this whole industry. So I believe that with modern tools and with interconnected systems now, we can become much more responsive to these changes. But it is a huge challenge because within companies we can do it. So like within our company, we are trying to connect our demand forecasting, which comes from the sales organization, to the planning team, to the manufacturing team, and finally to the procurement team. So we are trying to do that within our company and try and minimize the inventory points and the work in progress there. But to really achieve the integrated supply chain, we need to be seamlessly connected with our customers on the front end and to our suppliers in the back end. And that is going to take a big effort because it is an ecosystem effort. It's not something which companies can do individually. It is something which you need to form really open and strong partnerships with your customers and have the systems and technology to carry it through. So that's the next big wave of development, if you can say, in the manufacturing world, if you want to minimize the cost in the supply chain.
Yes, perfect. So Vivek, what do you think? What are the key drivers for smart manufacturing today?
See, definitely for a start, smart manufacturing is required and it needs to keep on becoming smarter by the day. That is definitely, the need of the hour and is certainly required. In terms of areas where we will see this, I would like to share some examples from the group. We have been focusing on many different aspects and have already, started rolling these out. So for a start, providing a digital identity to products that are being manufactured. So this might seem like a very simple thing, but it has far-reaching implications because every time you allocate or assign a digital identity to a product that stays with it during its entire operating life, you create a connection with your customer. So we are able to, address any service requirements during the life of that equipment and also the customer finds it easier to come back to us with guidance on the equipment. Our designs keep changing, so the moment he's referring to something specific, we know exactly what he's talking about. So the nature of interaction and support and engagement throughout the product life, which can stretch into decades, that is completely changing because of our digital identity. Second, I think within manufacturing itself, with our digital identity, we are able to correlate the manufacturing process with testing, with quality, with various stages. So certain machines are able to even interpret that in the manufacturing sequence, is the part supposed to be processed first on this equipment, or should it have gone through 2 or 3 other steps? So the chances of an operator error are completely minimized. So this is something at a product level. Second, I think within the operating system itself, there are ideas such as digital twins for a factory. There are new forecasting and analytics tools which are out there, which are available, which we are evaluating and progressively deploying. So with that, I think the nature of the operation can be better understood. You can go for debottlenecking. When you're going for capacity addition, you know exactly where the bottlenecks are. So all of this is making the whole operation much more smarter. Then I think the other aspect, which also Rajesh and Parag, both of them touched upon, is really extending the nature of interaction beyond the boundaries of your organization. So already, for example, in one of our steel businesses, we have a ERP system which speaks to the ERP of our customer and speaks to the ERP of our supplier. So the customer, through this, we are able to unlock various degrees of freedom. So the customer can place an order, but let's say a few weeks down the line, he can alter his order without impacting anything in terms of cost. So he can change the thickness, he can change the dimensions. A few weeks down the line, he will not have the freedom to change the physical dimensions, but he will have the flexibility to change the logistics. He can say that I don't need it on this week, I need it 2 weeks later because my process is running late. The moment he is doing those changes, and with the flexibility that we are providing him, which is changing over time from the date of order placement, that information is seamlessly flowing also to our supplier. So if somebody is supplying us the raw material, he also can say that, okay, their requirements are changing, so I have the opportunity to be flexible in the way I'm planning and scheduling my operations. So I think more and more this will be the nature of manufacturing. And then, of course, on the logistics side, I think just coordinating with the trucks, seamlessly integrating that to minimize waiting time, idle time. In today's environment, particularly, you don't want a truck with external people whom you have no control from a COVID perspective, sitting in your factory for hours waiting for the equipment to be loaded or unloaded. So with these digital technologies, we are very precisely able to coordinate with them and have them in, sanitized, loaded, and out of the shop, as fast as possible in a just-in-time basis. So I think with technology, with these smart features, I think there is improvement that we are seeing in every aspect of the business.
Yeah, I would like to give it to Rajesh if we can take on the next question.
Yeah, sure. Coming to Parag, I think we've spoken about smart manufacturing. We spoke about smart supply chain. Now, Parag, how do you empower your team to take on smart manufacturing with digital transformation? Because undergoing this process is not an easy process in a setup which is already established. So how can one undertake this step, Parag?
Interesting question, because digital transformation, digital technology has become a buzzword in the last, I would say, few months, a couple of years maybe, and most of the top management of companies like ours and mid-sized companies is well bought into this technology or the benefits that it can bring to our manufacturing and our whole operations. What I believe is separates success and struggles is the full buy-in of the middle management. Right, this is the layer between the management of the company and the operating workforce. Because at the operating workforce, people are not bothered about these buzzwords. They're thinking, how can my job on a day-to-day level improve? How can I produce more pieces? Or how can I produce better quality? At the top level, we are thinking about strategy, we are thinking about vision, we are thinking about transforming our companies. But we are not always on a day-to-day basis understanding the pain that is felt on the shop floor. The middle management, this middle layer kind of is the bridge between the two. So they have a very, very important role to play in any kind of transformation, but especially in this kind of fundamental transformation. So my approach would be, my advice would be that this layer needs to be fully acclimatized, fully bought in to the whole digital transformation or smart manufacturing journey. And it's not easy. It's easy to talk about it in terms of buzzwords, but as soon as you start to bring some of these aspects into your operations, then either it creates confusion or skepticism or even fear, because the middle management is used to running operations in a certain way. And the first fear that can happen is through this digital tech. Now I will be more vulnerable to what is happening on a day-to-day level. I will have much more control placed on me. My freedom to operate will go away. So legitimate concerns, all of them. So rather than go ahead and say, this is what we need to do and we have to do it, we need to convince them of the benefits it will bring, first of all, to the whole business, and secondly, also to them, because over a period of time, it is definitely going to make the job of the middle management, the operating managers, much more efficient. So my approach would to be invest heavily and invest upfront in bringing this middle management on board with the strategy and understanding the benefits of this technology, which will mean sending them to training programs, which will mean running pilots along with them, which will mean empowering them to take decisions at that level.
Thank you. Thank you, Parag. Vivek, let me take your views also on this, because I think one of the important aspects or for smart manufacturing to be successful is that there should be a good flow of or information or connect between the shop floor to the top floor, Vivek, and how can this be ensured?
Definitely, I think infrastructure is extremely important, and I can share with you when we wanted to digitalize the inspection process, for example, our biggest hurdle was infrastructure. We were able to find customers who were willing to do remote inspection. It was convenient also for them, but making sure that we had the right bandwidth on that particular specific part of the shop floor where you have a several ton piece of equipment lying was really the key. So I think we have really felt the need to invest and bump up infrastructure, because normally you would do it in an office, right? You never think about really wiring up your workshop to those levels, but we have done it now. Second, I think we are also actively bringing on board technologies such as augmented reality into the shop floor, because with a HoloLens, you can really create an immersive experience, whether it is HoloLens or some other Google Lens or whatever. Today, it is possible that what you're seeing through your lenses is exactly what your counterparty is seeing while being digitally connected. And not only that, you're able to overlay on top of the equipment various drawings. You're able to interact, and figure out, how corresponding assemblies are being made or disassemblies are being done. So definitely, I think, bringing new technologies into play is really at the heart of being successful. Also, what we feel is it's not necessary to invent the wheel. There are many off-the-shelf solutions, and really, to get speed, traction, to get really return on investment, one has to really think what can I pick up and how can I really adapt it to my specific situation. Because the diversity of manufacturing is so huge, you would hardly find something which is customized for your specific needs. So you have to look at what's available, and now how can I reorient to bring the two together and create impact. So that flexibility of approach is also extremely important.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivek. Over to you, Shekhar.
Yeah, Rajesh, would you like to take on the last question? Then we will have some time for the audience questions as well.
So let me come back to Parag now. Now, what would be the role of manufacturing and business leaders in today's challenging time in order to speed up our recovery and long-term growth? So maybe I'll ask Parag first to comment on this, and then I'll like Vivek also to say a few words on this. Over to you, Parag. Yeah.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, we come back where I started. The biggest challenge today is the volatility and the unpredictability of demand. In pre-COVID times, or let's say a few years ago, there was almost a disconnect between what was happening within the operations and what was happening in the sales organization. And that was fine. The operations teams were trying to make their operations most efficient. They were producing to stockholders usually, and were trying to get the cost per piece down, while the sales team were trying to maximize the revenues. What is the need of the hour now? And it started even before COVID, because the world has become much, much more volatile, but COVID has further accelerated it, is to create a very strong connect between what is happening in the market to what is happening in the operations. You know, typically manufacturing people are looking at man, materials, and methods. So we would like to add the fourth M, which is market, to it. So at our company, we are making sure that the operations managers are participating in the weekly crisis meetings, which start with what is happening in the market. How are the dealers behaving? How are the customers behaving? What are the trends that we are going to see for demand? Is it going to go up or down? Not just next week, but even a few weeks down the line. So they have to be fully connected. They have to understand this, and then they have to go back and ensure their operations are ready to respond to this. This will bring the agility. So my biggest mantra, and I will repeat what I said at the beginning, is this agility. How do you connect what is happening in the market to our operations?
Vivek, we would also like to hear from your side on this.
Coming from a capital goods industry, I think, and in a project business environment, for us, the demand side is really driven by backlog. And so far, I think backlog is fairly healthy, and customers are committed to executing those projects. So I think market stability is to a certain extent there. Also, what we are seeing is infrastructure remains a priority for the government, and so therefore I think we should see a good recovery also in terms of the projects that are out there. So it comes back to manufacturing, and therefore I think the biggest challenge is, COVID has not subsided. The environment remains as challenging. The number of cases, we are seeing new highs. And therefore, I think as a leadership team, we are really focused on making sure that we have a safe and secure environment. Because the success of the operation depends on the workforce feeling comfortable, confident, that when they are coming into a safe environment, that they are not putting themselves at risk, and also that they are not being put to risk by other people who are not following, the right guidelines. So I think from our side, we are very, very focused on SOPs, making sure we have the right SOPs, making sure we have the right processes, making sure that we are minimizing the risk that is there in operations. So this, I think, is really central to our focus right now. The other part which we are very focused on is on the supply chain, and we are reasonably mature as an organization. We have the benefit of ThyssenKrupp globally, bringing in some of the best practices. But that is not true for many of the SMEs and MSMEs. So we are very focused on our supply chain to see what can we do to support them from a cash flow point of view, what can we do to support them from a sourcing point of view, and in some cases, even tracking, the availability of manpower and are they, able to, drive that up. So just working very closely with them to make sure that they are also operating efficiently. So I think these are the two main focus areas, I would say, over the short term, next 6 months to a year.
Right. So if I were to sum up, Vivek, one you mentioned about the safety of workers and working closely with your suppliers, helping and supporting your suppliers. And what Parag mentioned also is about the agility. So thank you for these views. Yeah, Shekhar.
Yeah, we'll now take some questions from the audience. There is one question from Shipra Pandey. In your opinion, for agile supply chain, does third-party audits for data integrity leads to supply chain integration or to information transparency or both? If yes, then how?
Would you like me to answer that? Who should answer this?
Yeah, maybe Rajesh can answer.
Rajesh, please.
Okay. So I think, yes, it is an integration. If we are talking about an integrated system, Shipra. So I think it is equally important, whatever information flow, and audit is certainly one important aspect of the whole system. And I think the proper integration of the supplier with the manufacturer is very important to have a conducive flow and also to have a system which can have this flexibility when we are talking about mass customization, when we are talking about changes in the flow of the system. I think, so this is a very important part of it, and I would certainly say, yes, both are equally important.
Okay.
I think if I can just add to that, from a secure data exchange is really, really critical. Especially when we are talking about interconnected ERPs, we don't want a hacker coming in and changing some data which the customer never wanted, right? So I think security in data is extremely important, especially when we are talking about operations which will be hard to go back and change. And there, I think at ThyssenKrupp, we have an initiative called Industrial Data Space. So we are working with the Fraunhofer Institute on building a ecosystem which allows secure exchange of data in a manufacturing kind of setup. And secondly, I think increasingly when we integrate financial transactions into this, then blockchain and related technologies which ensure that contracts are properly executed in a digital environment. I think those also become extremely important in that sense.
Right. Next question is from Haresh Gujarati. When it comes to maintenance of machine and equipments, which forms large part of cost, so what are the areas of opportunity in digitalizing the maintenance of systems? Any of you, maybe Parag can answer.
Yeah, Parag.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I do come from an industry where we are very, very capital intensive, and we have equipment which are in many cases designed to internal specifications. So if there is a breakdown, that can result in a huge problem. We are also a semi-continuous process. So definitely we have seen a huge opportunity in digitalizing our whole manufacturing from a maintenance point of view. So already the machines were equipped with sensors at all the critical points. But what has happened in more recent times is due to the data that we have been gathering across our worldwide plants, we have now been able to write algorithms which help us to continuously monitor the health of the critical machines, and especially the critical parts which are bound to fail. So in simple terms, it allows us to do preventive maintenance. It allows us to be prepared for breakdowns before they happen. And that for our industry is a huge saving. It's a huge upside because we are able to service our customers. And the last couple of years have been really a big development in that area, especially making sense and putting intelligence on the data that we have been gathering for many years.
Correct.
And just one more, I think another thing, not maintenance necessarily, but we have also been able to optimize the energy consumption, because again, energy consumption is a huge cost for capital intensive industries. So there again, based on the data we have been gathering, we can maximize or optimize the energy consumption.
Right, perfect. There are a few more questions, but I think due to time constraint, we'll have to stop here. So we'll take those questions offline. So I want to thank each of you for your for sharing your great perspective on the topic. We really made justice to this topic in a very good way. Very practical insights we got from all of you. If you, Rajesh, would you like to summarize the discussion probably?
Yeah, maybe I think certainly the way forward, especially when we talk about Make in India, we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think smart manufacturing is certainly India need at certain stages to adopt smart manufacturing. If we have to really make our whole process efficient, if we have to have higher productivity, more efficient quality products. Now, as I would reflect back to some of the earlier presentation, I think what is important is that India needs to adopt baby steps at this stage. Identify certain critical operations, go for automation in those operations, and especially since the backbone of our industry, manufacturing industry in India is the MSME sector. So the growth of the MSME sector is very important. But then the financial constraints of MSMEs also have to be taken into consideration. So I think baby steps, identifying critical operations, getting a higher return of investment, which will ultimately help the MSME to produce better products and be more cost effective. And together, I think this combination of man, machine, and progress can lead to the development of the industry, lead to the development of the country and the nation. So that would be my summary, Shekhar. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's hope for the best. And thanks again, all of you. It was really a pleasure having you in the session. Thank you. Over to you,
Thank
Joyce.
you. Thank you, Parag. Thank you, Vivek.
Very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Shekhar. Thank you, Parag.
Thank you for that very engaging TTT, gentlemen. It was, and for your very much insightful inputs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we'll now be welcoming Mr. Rajesh Mrityunjayan, who is the Vice President, 3D Products and Solutions, Monotech Systems, and he will be giving us the next technology presentation on getting up to the future of manufacturing 4.0. Over to you, Mr. Rajesh.
Good evening to all the panelists and attendees here. And I thank Mr. Shekhar to have me present along with these eminent speakers. And I'll just share my screen. So we will start with this session. So probably since morning, we have been looking at how smart connectivity and how Industry 4.0 is going to help the world as well as India for the manufacturing and for distribution, etc., and the supply chain. We have been also talking and we have been hearing with from our eminent speakers about how this has to be done and what are the effective measures which we need to take in order to achieve this. Now, when we move from Industry 3.0 to 4.0, in fact, presently India being in the manufacturing hub has been in the Industry 3.0, where we have been into automation and we are now streamlining our automation. However, the world is moving towards 4.0, and 4.0, of course, is the next step towards manufacturing. And I'm going to take you through how we are going to gear up for Industry 4.0 with additive manufacturing. And as a company, we have been into this additive manufacturing for more than 5 years now, and we have been providing solutions for additive manufacturing. And we are into the field of direct manufacturing and tooling, etc., using additive manufacturing. So just a sneak peek into what we'll be discussing today. It is basically the change undergone by the manufacturing industry from Industry 1 to 4. In fact, up to 3, and then from 4, what are the challenges which conventional method of manufacturing is having, and how this suits additive manufacturing coming to Industry 4.0, and why would we need an additive manufacturing as such for the manufacturing when we have such a good system of the conventional manufacturing already in place, and the additive technologies and machines suitable for manufacturing. So we have a large ecosystem of additive manufacturing already in place with respect to the machines, the materials, and the systems, the softwares, etc. But there are only few technologies and machines which presently are providing the right solutions for manufacturing. And the way forward with Monolithic Systems Limited, how we are doing it, our way. So I start with transformation undergone by the manufacturing industry. Presently, as we see from Industry 1 to 2, 3, 4, we can see that right from the steam engine to the electric powered mass production to usage of electronics and IT, and finally to the cyber physical systems. We have come a long way. However, we can see that the complexity increases with the usage of technology, and this also has other effects like job losses and the reduction in manpower in the manufacturing shop floors. But what we can see is that there is a lot of influence. There are certain factors which are influencing the transformation from 3 to 4. And this is something which we cannot stop. And we have to see other ways of, streamlining the problems, or, seeing how we can address those issues which we have during this transformation. So one is building on the widespread availability of digital technologies from 3 is what is all about for Industry 4.0. But it is also to do with the high degree of individualization of products, right from FMCG to medicines. We can see that there is a high degree of individualization which is happening. During the COVID, we have seen that there has been a lot of stress on ventilators and all, which are basically individualization and personalization of products, where additive manufacturing has really had an important role to play. And connecting production and high quality services, which could lead to hybrid products. Supply chain disruptions have been one of the cases which have accelerated this transformation. And of course, one thing which we all miss upon is the environmental effects, which are really making the transformation even more required. What are the effects? So once we move from 3 to 4, what are the effects we can see? Basically, the reduced capital equipment requirements for the physical infrastructure. This happens when a global company sets up a manufacturing plant in India. So they will require a large area for setting up their machineries, and then we actually have to go with a lot of land. Area of physical infrastructure has to be developed, and there's a lot of cost. This cost has to be taken out by the volumes, which we talk about, the volume production, which has to happen, with which we can reduce the cost of manufacturing. Now, apart from this, there are other things like reduced, the warehousing and the transportation and transborder shipments can be reduced once we get into 4.0. Using smart connectivity and data mining and so many other things, and including additive manufacturing. This actually also makes sure that you get localized jobs and business opportunities. So while our manpower, we lose, there is a lot of job losses, but still we can recover by doing some specialized, towards this technology. You can do something about that. Democratization of manufacturing is very important, because what happens is right now it is all with few industries, with few OEMs, but this is going to be democratized. Reduction in carbon footprint, of course, with so much of supply chain being reduced to localization, I think there will be a lot of reduction in carbon footprint. And all this will lead to a different concept of education, which will to foster innovation among students, which is what we see from the latest NEP program introduced by the government, and further. Now, so we need to see if India is actually ready with this sort of sector, education sector for industrial development. How do we see Factory 4.0? Basically, yes, smart connectivity is very important. It is one of the major backbones of 4.0. We can talk about central server, automatic job and machine configuration, job file logging, sensor data collections, production management tools using ERP and database systems, material batches and job statistics. So all this is going to make sure that there is a proper streamlined effort in terms of efficient manufacturing and a reduction in overall wastage. But all this, presently what we talk about is with respect to the conventional and the present manufacturing system. Now, the world is moving towards from volume manufacturing to personalized manufacturing towards low volume manufacturing. Now, when this happens, this shift happens, the conventional method of manufacturing will have challenges. And you would want to have a larger initial investment, which will be not justified for low volume investment or production. You will have to go with complex systems and processes which are already part of the system. You need more labor force and for higher automation and processing. You will leave complex and huge costs on supply chains again, and inability to change product types easily for production, and economies of scale justifiable only for large volumes. Now this is a challenge which we'll be facing in the future when the volumes are going to come down, and we are going to have more of different product range which is required for the industry. And all this with the higher carbon footprint really makes us to think differently whether what we should do, whether conventional manufacturing setup is really the long-term idea. So now let's see how this change can suit additive. Now there are challenges in the conventional way of manufacturing, but this actually is a advantage for additive. So as we can see that additive manufacturing, the setup can be lower initial investments. Within a small area, you can actually have more machines producing more parts of different varieties. And you have simpler systems and processes. So these technologies are coming with complete smart connectivities and systems which are mostly unmanned, and you need very less labor force for automation and processing, post-processing, etc. And it eases up the supply chain by reducing the inventory and localizing manufacturing. So that really happens real time. Tooling is almost minimal on this technology due to this additive manufacturing, and can process different types of components with quick changeover or at the same time. I heard a few speakers saying that, what if you need one part or few parts to be done in a day and a variety of parts to be done in a day. Now, this is very important where you need to have a quick changeover and you need to have different components done at this time, and additive really helps you with that. And all this at a lower carbon footprint is really something which we need to consider. So if we see this graph, it's about the break-even analysis of conventional manufacturing with 3D printing. So what we see is the less number of parts being manufactured, there's a break-even point up till which the volume, it justifies 3D printing. And from there on, it moves on to conventional manufacturing. So presently, we are in a situation where we can justify additive manufacturing with respect to the volumes which we talk about. But maybe in future, as the economies of scales get reversed, probably we'll look at this in the other way. Probably this will just have a mirror effect. Maybe we'll talk about 3D printing being on the lower side. So why additive manufacturing now? Why additive manufacturing we should consider when we are talking about smart connectivity, when we are talking about IoT, AI being part of Industry 4.0. Additive manufacturing is also an important part of the whole stream. So it does define a new product development strategy. So I have seen, we have been interacting with a lot of companies where they have the restriction of developing few product development is restricted because of budgets probably, or because of lack of proper prototyping, or they are not able to justify the new product development. Now this strategy can be completely redefined using AM. You can qualify your process and parts using AM now. Create geometrically complex designs not previously possible. Absolutely, this is what is required for optimized process manufacturing. In right now, it is already there in in aerospace, in medical, and in few other streams, but it is slowly getting into the regular stream of manufacturing, and lowers supplier selection risk and time. So while the processes can be easily set up and it can be defined, so the supplier selections and all is actually the risk is minimized. You can manage the machine speed and efficiency to the best of the requirement. Capability of handling different build materials is possible. Finishing post-processing is something which is required, but it's required for all the manufacturing processes. Accuracy and reliability has come a long way with additive today. Structural dynamics of build materials you can actually define using additive. Machines based on process type is possible, and of course the support, training, and maintenance is quite easy with this. The environmental factor is something which we should not miss out on. So right now there are huge energy demands which is typically met with fossil fuels and metals, which is associated with mining, fabrication, shipping. When we talk about few metals, we talk about the cost of metal being in few hundred rupees per gram, but kg probably. But we do not talk about what is the carbon footprint it brings about due to mining, due to the power required, due to the water required, and the complete life cycle analysis. If we do, I think additive really scores there very well. The material wastage due to inefficient usage of materials. This is something which we have a blind eye on, because there is a streamlined effort on the OEMs with tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 industries, but we do not know how much wastage is being generated and how we can streamline this by reducing the wastage. Air, water, and soil quality impacts. This is also a very important part on which additive really plays an important role. Suboptimal designs. We have to do with some certain suboptimal designs because of the restrictions with respect to the conventional manufacturing, and high carbon emissions, which goes with the supply chain and the finished good handling. So does additive add value? Absolutely, it does, and we are going to see that in this chart. This was analysis done by Divergent Analysis Group, and if you see on the left-hand side, you can see gasoline, hybrid gasoline, plug-in electric EV vehicles, which we talk about so much. Well, the operational is environmental damage is very, very less compared to the fuel manufacturer and the vehicle manufacturer, what you can see. But on the right hand side, you see the green part. Now, this is basically, these are vehicles made made for natural gas and gasoline, but they have been used using composites, composite 3D printing, by lightweighting them. So you get better, it is more, you can say, less damage on the environment compared to, and more safe compared to all other processes. Now, this, if we tell the industry and many people, they'll say, is that true? And the thing is that we need to look at more closely at the life cycle analysis and see whether we can really save our planet for the future, and see which is the best way to get in. And I believe that this analysis clearly shows that additive manufacturing is the real way forward, and marrying that with the present technology or present applications and the present industry is what we need to look at. I will go to the additive manufacturing technologies and machines which are helping the manufacturing industries presently. We can see the landscape is quite wide. We see a lot of technologies, we see a lot of materials, we see, and by printing technology, by all this. But these are more for prototyping and basic requirement of shape and functional prototypes, which we need to get to in order to qualify it for the further manufacturing. But I will take you through certain technologies which are basically in plastic, composite, and metal, which are really helpful in terms of how they can really get into the manufacturing shop floor and help the manufacturing industry to get into the industry 4.0. So let's introduce, I would like to introduce you to the first, which is a plastic 3D printing. This can actually replace injection molding. The parts have been tested very well in outdoor and different situations, and have been qualified for use in the outdoor and real-time purpose as much as an injection molded part can be. And there are various type of materials which are available, which can actually give you real-time outputs. Now, when we talk about low volume manufacturing, it talks about few hours instead of days with a complete process, right from part design to finished part, whereas the traditional process, we all know how it is and how much time taking it is. And it's basically modular, and it's like part stacking, and you can do a lot of parts at a time, and you can print them and you can just finish them within few hours. So this is what we're talking about when you get an order for bridge manufacturing or low volume. It is very easy to start printing, get the prints within few hours and supply to the customer for testing before you can go for high volume manufacturing. The other technology which we talk about is the composite 3D printers from Markforged, which is basically using something like a product called Onyx, which is a mixer of nylon plus carbon fiber, and also it uses carbon fiber, layering, or I can say that it is basically the infill is reinforced with carbon fiber or fiberglass, HSST fiberglass, Kevlar. So what it does is it really gives you an option to replace aluminium and few other metals with this composite. So this is more lightweight and stronger, and this gives you a very much big advantage in terms of strength to this ratio and different other properties. And let's go to metal 3D printing next. And for this, I have chosen, so we need to first of all look at metal in a different way. We need to see what exactly we are looking for. So metal printing is not exactly like a conventional manufacturing. So we don't manufacture certain products just like what we do in the conventional way. So we need to see what are the design flexibility and economics it offers, like weight reduction, elimination of tooling, and decentralized manufacturing, mass customization, repeatability, improved functionality. So these are things which we need to see before we choose additive manufacturing for metal. And I would like to introduce, few technologies. There are a range of technologies, but few technologies in the market which really add value to the manufacturing shop floor, basically with their low cost investment, low cost running costs, and also their different material possibility of usage of different materials. And also you can localize the materials, thereby reducing the cost. So taking a scenario where we are machining a block to get a certain part, we need to actually maybe machine 90% or 80% of the part to get the part out. And also, for example, we have some assemblies, very difficult assemblies, which we cannot actually machine as one. We need to do different assemblies. Different blocks have to be machined, and then we have to do either welding or any such assembly operations. Let's consider this technology where we can actually print 30-40% of the part and then machine only that much of that much, so that you reduce the wastage of taking 100% block. So this technology actually gets you very closer to additive finished parts, and you can use either powder or wire or both in this case to enhance the finish, surface finish, and also address a few critical design problems. So as you can see on the right, the impeller, which has been printed using titanium, grade 5, and the printed mass is just 154 grams. And you can imagine that if you have to make this, machine this out, you need a block of titanium which you need to cut out. But instead of that, you're just printing a mass of 150 over gram. Probably you will machine 10 or 20% of this to get the final part. And the print time required is just 1.8 hours, which is great. So it also gives you the flexibility of either having it as a standalone or connecting it to your robotic arm or to a CNC machine, where you can actually utilize your larger platforms, or you can use it for repair jobs and various other applications. So this is the closest we get in additive manufacturing with respect to the present manufacturing scenario. And let's talk about this technology now. What we look at metal when we talk about additive manufacturing, we talk about ease of operations and less difficult, and lower manpower, etc. So this technology actually makes sure that you can easily get your parts out and with less manpower intervention, and you can actually, it's very easy to capable of handling different build platforms, different build materials, quickly change over different materials, and easily do the complete process of getting your parts, real metal parts out. And it is very easy in terms of support, training, and maintenance, etc. So want to introduce you to Markforged MetalX, where you can get a max part size of 250 by 183 by 150 mm. The different type of materials which you can use is stainless steel, tool steel, titanium, Inconel, copper. So we are talking about a range of ferrous and non-ferrous materials. And this has different this, so you can, so normally in your powder sintering and different technologies, you need to wait for hours before it cools down, and then you get the part out. But here, as soon as the part is printed, you get the part out. It is at room temperature. You quickly wash and sinter it. So it's very easy for operations, and it can sit on even in office conditions, and also very easily into any manufacturing shop floor. So a case study about high resistance, temperature resistance from a company called Nikia Systems, where they use this, they print in Inconel 625 for using it in crucible clips. And this is another example where traditional manufacturing can actually create. Yeah.
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but we are running we are running short of time. We are running late. So I would like to request you to please wrap it up in the next.
Yes, I am done. So it is, I'm in few slides over. So sorry about this. So what I would like to say is that the traditional to the additive manufacturing, there is a lot of margin profits you get. So my conclusion on this is that the way things are made is changing, right? From so much of complex, this you are doing streamlining it into design, print, and tools or products. So which way forward with Monotech Systems? We are a 21-year-old company with pan-India operations, and we are our alliances are with almost 9 companies, and for printing and scanning and other solutions. We are also into offering project consultations, by we can do shop floor visits, we can identify correct applications and provide the complete project solutions. So I thank you for the opportunity, and thank you all for your patience. And if there are any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rajesh, for that very interesting presentation. I'm sure our audience will have a lot to gain from it. I'm absolutely sure about that. And I'm sure if you have any questions for you, then Mr. Jitkar, he will be taking over to take any audience questions. Mr. Jitkar?
Yes. Yeah, thanks, Mr. Rajesh. It was great, quite insightful. You really touched upon lots of technology insights on the 3D printing. So there is one obvious question which I would like to ask that about this economics or the cost of 3D printing, which is said to have, there is a might be misconception, but it's quite expensive in the market in the current situation. So how do you justify the cost of additive manufacturing?
Yes, so right now we are looking at high volume production. The manufacturing is actually in where we talk about high volumes, but the whole thing is changing today with manufacturing going into lower volumes. There are technologies available. So I just showed a graph where we are talking about a break-even point where the volumes justify the cost of the production with respect to additive and the conventional manufacturing. See, as we move on in few years from now, we are going to see a drop in rate of high volume requirements for a particular product. So we are going to have more of customization, personalization, which is going to happen, which is going to get more of low volume manufacturing in. But as I see today, with respect to the present manufacturing industry, we have few technologies and additive which can actually provide you lower cost of operations and can justify with respect to the conventional methods. But going forward, it's going to be the economic of sale is going to reverse. What we don't see is that the present manufacturing scenario, we are actually having globalized, or we are having very much of few places where you have manufacturing setups, and this is going to be globalized. It's going to be localized. Probably we'll see many more setups or small scale industries coming up with more of production of different parts rather than manufacturing one single part for the OEM. So this is what we are going to see with additive manufacturing.
Okay, the next question is from Mr. Ajay Karnam. What are the ingredients in the composite material?
So the ingredients right now with this are, the base material is onyx, which is nylon plus carbon fiber. And we do reinforce with different type of composites, which could be either carbon fiber or it could be Kevlar or fiberglass or different fibers based on the property or the requirement of the part.
Okay. So thanks to you. It was pleasure having you in the session. There are a few more questions which we'll take it offline. We'll send it to you. Over to you, Zweli.
Thank you, Shekhar.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a poll by Monotech Systems for all of you to participate in. The poll will be displayed on your screen and you will have 20 seconds to put in your vote. So can we please have the poll question? Yes, we have the poll question. The question is, how would you measure the success of 3D printing technology in new product development or prototyping? Your options are, it's been a true game changer. It can show significant improvements. It can show some improvements, or you're not sure about its success. So your time starts now. Please vote. Ladies and gentlemen, the time is up. Can we please have the poll results? Yes, so 54% of people say that it can show significant improvements, while 35% says that it's been a true game changer. 7% say that they're not sure about that success, while the minimum vote has gone to it can show some improvements, which is 4%. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in the poll, and now we'll be moving on. So next, we'll be playing a sponsor video by M2 Next. Can we please have the video for our audience?
Manufacturing industries' need today is to become smarter. With this initiative in mind, BMW has launched a new company called M2 Next, which would address the smart needs of the manufacturing companies, the smart products, the smart process, and the smart people, to give them the higher productivity and efficiency through a smart manufacturing. Three verticals that we would be addressing in this new company are the process engineering, which includes all the jigs and fixture manufacturing as well, cyber and physical automation, including IoTs, the cobots, the robots, and the low-cost automation. We believe that this would give a very high value of enhanced productivity to our customers.
So ladies and gentlemen, that was the sponsor video for you by M2Next. And now moving on, it's now time for our next technology presentation, which is by Mr. Jagannath V, Business Head M2Next, a BFW company, which will be on industrial IoT, automation and robotics. Mr. Jagannath, over to you.
Yeah, good evening. Hope my screen is visible. Yes, and a warm welcome to everybody. And we are running late. So the problem with the last presenter is going to be like very difficult to run ahead of time. So let's quickly look at industrial IoT, automation, robotics. We have seen a lot of things having spoken in the last 2-3 hours. So primarily the challenge continues to remain that how do we get into the Indian context of acquiring the data and then pushing it over and above the edge level and see what best we can do. So a brief, this M2Next portfolio is primarily an Industry 4.0 initiative. We have 3 verticals: factory automation, process engineering, and additive. In factory automation, we do virtual automation where we acquire the data, analyze, and then see what is the champion output we could probably get from a critical cell to govern the throughput of the shop floor. While once we identify that, to sustain that kind of an output, we do get into the physical automation to see how do we sustain the champion output all the time to see the the optimal productivity on the shop and further improve the processes to get better output in terms of productivity by improving the work holding and the tooling. And further to that additive, there was a lot of things which were spoken where we can bring in additive also as a part of this to see what best we could get in the Industry 4.0 initiative. Now, while we are talking all about this, there was a huge thrust in terms of Make in India. So we started with a local device looking at the Indian context, primarily the MSME who are above 90% in terms of deployment in manufacturing. We devised a smart object called Iris, which is intelligent, reliable, innovative, and seamless, which was launched in 2017 under Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam R&D Center, Bangalore. And this is primarily keeping in mind any kind of controller which is sitting in the country on 600,000 CNC machines which are already installed up and running. So
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. It's just that your presentation is blurred, so we're not able to exactly see it properly. Oh no, it seems clear now. It was blurred 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
It's blurred again actually. So
I think there is a bandwidth issue at your end. Even now it is blurred.
Yeah, I think it's a internet issue from your end. Maybe your Mbps is too low. Your internet bandwidth is too low. That's why it's not able to support the presentation along with your session.
1 minute. Let me just a minute.
Yeah.
Is it okay now?
No, it's still blurred actually.
Yeah, it's still blurred. Is it possible for you to change your network connection?
1 minute. I'll do that. 1 minute.
Mr. Nath?
Yeah, able to see now?
Since we have your presentation with us in backup, do you want us, it's still blurred, do you want us to play it for you? Maybe you can just tell us to go to the next slide or something.
I haven't shared the presentation. I don't think you have.
Okay, yeah.
Are you able to see now?
No, it's still blurred.
You can see it, but it's still blurred.
Even now?
Yes.
Yes.
Just a minute.
Maybe you could switch off your video and try speaking. Maybe that will
Okay,
let
maybe that
less
I'll do.
connectivity.
Okay, or we can just move ahead since we are running short of time. We can just move ahead with the presentation. Actually it's legible. It's not like it's completely illegible. So we can still read it. So I don't think like we should like hold.
I'll stop the video. Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back to the presentation.
Mr. Nath, are you still there?
1 minute. Able to see now?
Better.
Yes, able to see now. It's much better. Yes, you can carry on. You can carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So sorry. So we just designed and developed a device in Bangalore here, and to see that how do we take care of all the generation systems which are installed at the MSME level, to see how do we acquire the data and then start transferring it to the required levels to see how further processing can be taken up. So this device is going to be something which is very tough on harsh environments, which comes with an IP64 compliance with multi-touch screen and a 128 GB SSD, which means that it is industrial grade and there are no moving elements whatsoever. So it stands to the highest reliability on the shop floor, although being designed and developed here. So let us look at the transactional architecture quickly. Here, it's going to answer most of the questions what has been discussed here today, keeping the MSME context. So this comes in both versions. One is cloud version and the other one is the on-premise version, where you can see that we can not only connect it to the cloud version, further we can even extend it to the existing ERP and the MES system, while the device does the edge computing with encryption of data packets to achieve 100% security of data, and at the same time 100% integrity in terms of data sanctity, as the packets are handshaked for every data packet which is being dispatched into the cloud. So which means that even if there is a disconnectivity in the bandwidth, you can still visualize that what kind of data sanctity can be achieved. And coming to the shop floor, you can connect every device, including all types of sensors, gauging stations, machine, and robot, including the operator, where you can capture every instance on the shop floor to get the precise OEE and then see how to improve further going forward to bring in highest productivity. Now, simply, the device comes with an internal modem and an IoT SIM. You can just fit it with a power supply and it starts generating the data straight away into the cloud. So it's as simple as that. It just takes 30 minutes to do so on any equipment which is there on the shop floor, no matter how old the equipment is, as long as there is an intelligence. So we have two options, one on on-premise and a cloud version, which we just saw. And now we have a standard data acquisition and report systems, right from production management to maintenance to health monitoring up to operation management. In production management, you not only see the production plan, you can also see plan versus production, OEE report, quality control status, override status, and maintenance, all types of maintenance. And in operation, you can practically have paperless shop floor, where you can start viewing all the manuals, drawings, including the program, everything on the device straight away. Now, coming to a typical dashboard, it looks like this. You can start capturing the type of analytics you want, like the consumable, the setup time, what is being lost, which are all manual, purely manual, which is difficult to capture on the shop floor with an automatic conventional electronic device. Here it is possible to capture those kind of things, including the component traceability for expensive recalls. You want to know what kind of parameters were achieved while cutting the component. You could do that with an RFID or a barcode reader, which is directly connected to the device. You can also monitor the energy, what kind of energy was consumed on each equipment, so that you know what kind of demand you need to consider going forward on the shop floor, depending upon the load, what you would actually have at that point of time, keeping the market situation. Now, a typical signature analysis is also possible, where we did an actual punch and a dry run count on a 40-ton press, where you can see amplitude and timing. You can even look at with component, without component, where you can start capturing the true performance of the equipment on the shop floor, which is very difficult otherwise, comes at a very, very affordable investment price, which can really track this kind of this thing. And on virtual authentication, we can also do biometric, we can do face recognition, including the skill matrix mapping of each machine. So in the eventuality that an operator doesn't turn up because of whatever reason, the escalation for the next operator to run the same equipment with a skill matrix mapping can be easily defined. And automatically, the next operator can be chosen by the system and he can start working on that machine with the prior approval. So in short, we can use this device on any equipment, any control, any application, be it metal cutting, metal forming, metal finishing, metal transfer, so on and so forth. Now, this is how you can start connecting. There were a lot of discussion on connecting of factories. So you can start connecting one plant to another plant, including your customer and the vendor, so that there is 100% transparency to see what exactly is happening on the shop floor. Now, I'll quickly take you through the extended application of IoT in automation. How do we achieve impactful automation when you have IoT device connected with the automation objective? So here you can see that Iris can start talking to the automated cell and see how it can give you better output. So here one of the example is that when you connect Iris on the machine and when you have a gauging station and a robot which is used for automation, the tool offset correction from the gauging station is given to the Iris, and the Iris will transfer this data tool offset to the CNC dynamically. So your post-processing tool correction happens concurrently, while the safety of entering and exiting the cell can be qualified by a biometric access. And also you can distinguish whether an operator needs to, when an operator enters or a tool setter enters, depending on that the gate opening and closure can be defined. And as a result, the robot can start and stop, with this, where you cannot, deceive the system, where it can work very effectively. So one of the application of this, if you look at, is 8 machines with 3 robots, with an automatic gauging station and a slat conveyor and, tool offset correction dynamically happening. So with this kind of an automation, which is an autonomous automation, you can get benefit like completely unmanned cell operation with auto tool offset correction, auto gauging, auto palletizing, virtual component tracking, including infinite tool life. All machines and robot cells are monitored with individual iris, seamless data acquisition, optimal OEE, minimal idle time, 73% reduction in skilled manpower, safe operation of the equipment and human due to biometric, cell access only to pre-authorized personnel, highest uptime. Entire cell can be remotely viewed and monitored on any handheld device. That's the kind of advantage you get when you use IoT device on an automation, where you can start looking at the reports dynamically. Another example is, having a fixture of offset data transfer to the machine, where you do the offset transfer of the entire fixture averaging, where the work coordinate system gets adjusted on the machine through the iris, and automatically the work coordinate changes on the machine tool, and the machining starts, which brings in 100% safety to the equipment and the operator as well. So I would just like to show a last this thing, where we are talking also of solution of complete solution for ladling, where furnace parameters monitoring being done by the iris. So you can store those parameters and then control the robot from doing the die casting operation while pouring into the gravity die casting machine. So let us take a look at this video, which should probably be played by. That the cooling happens only when the temperature achieved by the furnace is taken into consideration by the iris. The exact quantity of the material is being stored by the robot, so that you have no wastage. And then while pouring the material, the way the lid is handled by the robot is very accurate. As a result, there are no holes, and the rejection comes down by 90% as compared to the traditional process. And all of this is done with the qualified temperature being attained of 1 degrees right. It is continue running 24/7 as long as competitive power is there, and it will achieve better and the return on investment also have designed and developed an automated guided vehicle in-house launched in this year, wherein we have key elements from Europe on gearbox and servo, navigation through SLAM, inductive RFID, optical RFID, safety sensors and PLC. We use lead crystal battery for sustained backup and long life. We can do any sort of customization like scissor lift, pallet changes, vision-based pickup. We have 3 models, 250 kg, 500 kg and 1 ton. So we can give any shop floor solution in terms of moving the component from one machine to another machine, whether it is a robot controlled machine or a gantry controlled machine or an operator controlled machine, so that the throughput right from the store until the dispatch area can be maintained seamlessly by using AGV. And the greatest advantage is you don't have to modify the existing layout. The AGV can go closer to the machine and start supplying the pre-processed and post-processed material. So for want of time, I'm just quickly wrapping up. So thank you for your attention. Let's boost productivity, performance, and profitability through Industry 4.0. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I would like to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jagannath, for that excellent presentation. I think we do have a few questions for you. So I'll ask Mr. Jitkar to please take over and ask you the questions. Mr. Jitkar?
I think really due to lack of time, we'll take the questions offline because there is a panel discussion which is scheduled.
Right.
Okay.
So Mr. Jagannath, we'll share the questions with you offline.
No problem. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, moving on, we now have a poll by MTNX for all of you to participate in. The poll will be displayed on your screen and you will have 20 seconds to put in your vote. So can we please have the poll question? Yes. Did you know MTNX could deliver a complete turnkey solution on Industry 4.0, automation, robotics, AGV, process reengineering, and additive in the industry? Your options are yes or no. You have 20 seconds. Your time starts now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your time is up. Can you please have the results for the poll? So the results are maximum people, that is 78% people saying no, while the remaining 22% is saying that yes. So, well, that's a good vote, I would say. So thank you very much for participating in this poll. So moving on, we will now be moving on to yes, the most awaited session of the day, which is the panel discussion, which will be on smart manufacturing, responding to global changes with technology innovations. The panel discussion will be moderated by Ms. Anvita Pillai, sub-editor and correspondent, Publish Industry India. I'll be announcing the names of our panel speakers now. I would request the speakers to please turn on your cameras and audio only once your names have been announced so that our audience will know exactly who you are. So our esteemed panelists are Mr. Sudesh Babu Shigurpalli, the plant head, operations and maintenance at Balasore Alloys, Mr. Krishna Bhojkar, head manufacturing engineering, Skoda Auto Volkswagen India, Mr. Ravi Kharul, chief technology officer, Endurance Technologies, and Mr. Gautam Datta, senior director, marketing, Siemens Industry Software. Also, I would like to tell the audience once again that after the panel discussion, we'll be open to Q&A. So, like before, I would like to request you to please put your questions in the Q&A box, which is at the bottom in the center of your screen, which you can see. So, so let's start the panel discussion. Over to you, Anvita.
Thank you so much, Zayli. First of all, thank you to all our speakers for being patient and being present today. I will get so for today's panel discussion, like everyone today is under the belief that the narrative of technology is changing in manufacturing or Industry 4.0, so to say, because of the coronavirus. For India especially, many major manufacturers are looking forward to shift base to India from China. And like Mr. Joshi said during his session, the US-China setback is going to be a fuel to this shift. So today, to understand the global changes with respect to technology and innovation, to help manufacturers strategize better for not only the upcoming new reality, but to accommodate the changing demand from the globe, we are having this discussion. And with this, we hope to bifurcate and understand what the operations of the future is going to look like, the anticipated challenges, how organizations can ensure flexibility and safety of operation for workforce, considering there is a global pandemic that is going on, and the approach towards implementation of new technologies and more. So today, like Zuili said, we have Mr. Suresh Babu, Mr. Krishna Bhojkar, Mr. Ravi Kharul, and Mr. Gautam Datta, who are industry veterans. So I will start straight with the questions. And my first question is, do you think the narrative of advanced technology or the concept of smart manufacturing is going to change owing to the pandemic? And how is this affecting your organization? How is this outlook affecting the organization? So maybe Mr. Bhojkar, considering you have been a core part of the manufacturing industry, maybe you could answer this for us. Mr. Bhojkar, are you able to hear me? Hello? Hello? Am I audible?
It was better to hear clearly.
Yeah.
No. Now maybe, yes.
So do you want me to repeat the question to you, sir?
Yeah.
So my question to you is, considering there is a change in the narrative of advanced technology or the concept of smart manufacturing as such, how do you think this is going to affect organizations? And, do you think the whole narrative towards technology has changed as such? And how has it changed the outlook of towards technology in your organization?
Maybe first of all, I'd like to thank you for having our organizing this session. And I would like to also wish all of you a happy and healthy days of Corona. That's the first thing. Coming to the narrative, I would be putting it into different aspects. First could be that we need to look at the industries which we're already having certain digital strategy, or let's say a vision. These are one type of industry, and the second industry is that people who never had any digital strategy behind them. Typically, we could have a lot of MSMEs into that bucket, and the larger industries, they already had their own kind of a digital roadmap. Looking at this kind, it is a awakening call for the people who never had the digital strategy to start doing something on this particular topic. So the roadmap, or let's say providing or preparing something onto this, will become very much essential for this group, I would say. And then when we look at the narrative for companies like us, where a very sound digital strategy or the vision has already been laid down, we already have embarked on this journey. So the narrative doesn't really much change other than trying to bring in speed. That's number one.
Okay.
Second, as we said, the industry 4.0 or the business 4.0, office 4.0, these are the roadmaps which have been laid down, and we will continue working on those topics. The pandemic has really brought a totally different kind of situation in front of us, which was, let's say, unprecedented, and work from home for a manufacturing industry would never be thought of. But then that's the main situation which even we landed up in, saying that, okay, now that puts a huge pressure on all the resources that we have, especially, let's say, the bandwidth that we have, especially in the IT, maybe the Skype licenses, Microsoft Teams, and etc. These were never been thought of earlier. So that also has changed. So our narrative for this specific topic has changed to that extent, saying that yes, we need to really look into and start looking this as an opportunity for making it feasible for a lot of people or a lot of departments to work from home. It is feasible. That could really bring down the cost, but we need to organize ourselves in a different way. One. Second, the pandemic has put another challenge, that is the social distancing norms. So, and also checking the people coming in factory. So tracking, guiding, and wanting them to have the self-declaration. This is another aspect doing our business regularly now. The other aspect that we never thought about doing the town hall meetings in this pandemic, but then the virtual town hall was been done. So we conducted a lot of virtual meetings, virtual training sessions, and the town halls also. So this was one aspect which came in front of us. Then you asked about what are the next steps.
Yes.
Yes, so you had to open to get the bookings online. So this was never thought about, and we never thought that in India it would be feasible. But then we have a lot of car bookings online. In addition to that, there have been virtual product launches, and the whole supply chain has also been managed with the digital technologies which was already put in. So as I said, two different areas. One, people who already had the digital technologies and they had the strategy laid down. There we now need to make it faster and ensure that we are implementing it much more faster way. And the people who have no strategy at the moment, they need to really think about, they need to bring in the strategy for themselves. That's my take.
Thank you for that great insight, sir. So I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Suresh Babu, considering your organization is also a part of the like you are a part of the manufacturing part of your organization. So what is your take on the, the changing narrative of technology in manufacturing?
Yeah. Good evening, Anvita. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
First of all, I thank to the industry forum for bringing cross industries experts. This is a platform where we can understand other functions approach towards this smart manufacturing. Basically, I belong to metal industry, where the progress is always slow. Adoption of the progress is slow because most of the metal industries are labor-driven technologies. Because there is a veracity in the approach of the people and skill of the people, skill set of the people. So there is always a difficulty in adoption of these new technologies. However, particularly in my industry, our management and our board is always focused on this digitalization of the process, bring and improve the revenue of the organization. So before pandemic also, we have applied and implemented many automation scaling and also frugal innovations. The issue is raised after the pandemic, it is escalated. So now it is a need for us.
Yeah.
So then at this moment, we are looking to digitalize many processes. We are in touch with many vendors for the application of these IoTs at a focused processes. Like some areas where a furnace is there, where the technology of the measurement of the temperatures, pressure, the data, what we are acquiring now, this is to be analyzed, and what are the hidden data where we can bring some value. Those things are missing in our present systems. So there we are doing a manual interventions where we want to eliminate these processes to digitalize the systems. So there is a scope for us to implement this digitalization processes. And another area is that we cannot implement in a comprehensive way. We can implement in a pockets, because there is an adoption problem, and also the data integration is also an issue. Suppose the information, whatever we acquire, the acquisition of the information is only a knowledge. Conversion of the knowledge into a definite purpose where man behind the machine is important. For us, the upskilling and cross-skilling is very important for us. So there is one area where we are focusing to improve the existing people's skill. And second, multi-functions. So we are merging the silo department. Earlier, the departments are functioning in isolation. Duplicacy is there. So we are merging those departments to bring more collaborative approach to use the data for the betterment of the functioning of the processes. This is where we are focusing now.
Okay, that is some great insight, and cross-skilling is one of the questions that we are going to discuss more on shortly. But my next question before that would be to Mr. Gautam Datta. So in India specifically, the approach towards advanced technology adoption has always been slow and cautious. And considering now advanced technology has become a necessity to keep manufacturing operations running, but at the same time, there's an uncertainty in business and there's a huge cost pressure which is following. So how should the approach towards adoption of these technologies be for organizations? And, what should be the key priorities for manufacturers investing in these advanced technologies? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute, sir.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. Anvita, thank you. I'll try and make it as brief as possible. See,
Right.
first question you asked was, why do you think there is this slowness of reluctance of adoption? And in the light of the pandemic and all the other disturbances and disruptions that we are facing, now that it is a necessity, how should one go about doing it? So our discussion with industry in India shows there are three reasons of this reluctance. Number one, and all three are important, and I think our speakers have been mentioning it without the summary which I'm making, okay? I'm actually drawing it from them as well. First is the lack of confidence towards skills within my company, okay?
Right.
I don't have confidence. It is not about whether they are capable of knowing. I'm saying at current absence of all the necessary skills, IIoT, networking, digital shake hands between all the points that Suresh Babu mentioned and Mr. Bhojkar mentioned about, talking between functions and silos, and these require certain amount of skills to be able to integrate and stuff like that. Point one. Point two, funds has always been an issue. And I'm talking small and medium business segments, availability of funds. And third, which is a reason, but also has a dependence on first two, is the confidence of senior management commitment. Their confidence and therefore their commitment towards such transformation. While these are challenges, what we have realized, those people, those organizations who have been able to break through these reluctance, they have been able to, and I mentioned it in my presentation, but this time I will stress on it, is if we can, what? I think the challenge lies with us. An investor asks us inside the company, what is it that you want to do? And what is it that you would benefit? I can answer it in two ways. Sir, let us try, we hope we will do better. This statement does not give investor the confidence. Whereas if we can say, this is the plan, this is how I will measure it, these are the small measurements, and this is how I will rectify my experience, I do not see why an investor and a management leader will not give us a budget to go ahead. So I think it is important to define the baby steps, then understand the baby steps, so that our risks are limited. For example, rather than having a whole company integrated, if we evaluate and see, okay, what's my biggest problem? My biggest problem is I am having reworks in my shop floor, which is very common. Why am I having reworks in the shop floor? Reason is because I am getting dimensions which are outside the tolerances. Why are we getting it outside the tolerances? Because my tool life is not being controlled by us. So if we know these reasons, then I would say, okay, let me integrate design and manufacturing. Let me integrate, we just saw the example of a company which is having the adaptive closed loop between tool compensation and CNC machines, BFW. One of the examples is that. Another example is, oh, I don't have operational efficiency very high. I want to improve. I want to improve quality. Okay, let's put certain IIoT into action with machines which are not speaking, get the data and take decisions based on data and see what is the improvement. This is by far the most inexpensive transformation of all the three industrial revolutions of the past. Think about it. If you have to replace steam with electric power, electric motor, it was expensive. If you have to implement conveyor belts and all-round automation, it was expensive. If we have to implement 4 sensors, 20 sensors on my 5 machines, it is not expensive.
Correct.
And it is about value. If I can deliver the value to my investor, manager, to my management and show, okay, last time you gave me 25 lakh rupees, I did IIoT implementation. Here is the improvement of performance. I need 50 lakh more. I do not see why an investor will not give us that money. So I'm being very clear, responsibility is with us.
Yeah. That is some very strong and
just one addition. I want one more
Mr.
addition.
Babu.
Yeah, Gautam Dattaji. Whatever you had told, there is one missing link between the management and the implementation process. What is that? Management want to invest. Every management want to invest and they want to adopt the IoT technologies and smart manufacturing processes. However, they need ROI, where the calculation of ROI is a big problem for any person who is want to implement. Unless until, if it is not clear, management is hesitant to invest the money. At the same time, what will happen to the people who are working at the machine, the people behind the machine? They also want to understand what will happen to the machine if we implement the IoT. Let us say the data we have taken. What is my role after taking the data? That role and that skill adoption is also a problem at present levels. I'm talking about the metal industry. I'm not talking about other industries. So what are the problems we are facing that I'm talking? So I advise the vendors or I advise the suppliers to do the survey on the system. Where can we apply and where we can get a better results? We have implemented the first time resistance-based electrode management system in our country. For the first of its kinds. There was a big resistance when we are implementing it. When the benefits are reaped, then other industries also following the same. So this is the crux. This is the ice breaking where one should focus. Okay, what we will get benefit from this? Because on paper we have done a lot of things, but execution and the results are matters. So that intelligence information we need to convert into the decision making information. That is my point.
I think both Mr. Datta and Mr. Babu had very strong and pertinent opinions, considering they both have been very strong experience in the field. Mr. Kharul, you are also you have also been a part of the technology industry, and So, what is your opinion on this topic? What do you feel? Why is there a slow approach towards adopting technology, and what should be the key priorities for manufacturers investing? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. Yes. No, you're still on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the first thing is that why in India, the adoption of such technology is always slow. Main thing is that India is a cost-conscious market. So everywhere and all these things comes with the cost, and that is one thing where it starts affecting. Second thing is also is that labor cost in India is relatively low. As a result, whatever you can do with cheap labor and all, instead of that, if you want to adopt a new high-end technology and which also costs, then there is a sort of reluctance and a sort of resistance to change for that, unless the benefits are so clear. And as Mr. Gautam also said, that the lack of confidence, and if I do that, if it doesn't work, then what do I do? Because many companies may not have that strong position to do it, or say a freedom to experiment. So as that is relatively less, we normally see sort of adoption is being slower. And with this current pandemic, I think uncertainties have gone up. So however, when we look at this uncertainty, I think the same question, if you had asked me about 5 months before, then it would have been totally different answer, wherein almost most of us have shelled all these budgets for high technology transfers and everything. Whereas now the situation is totally different. In last 4-5 months, things have changed. The uncertainty is coming down rapidly. As a result, what we are seeing, even especially the industry what I belong to in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler automotive industry, we are seeing that there is a good sort of a coming back in this. And now At present, we are facing the problem their way, that with the less manpower itself, because of the pandemic, we cannot have the total strength, but the productions are trying to go much, much higher. So how do you cope up with that? And this is where this kind of technology adoption is going to help us a lot. So everybody is now really looking at it much more critical way. Only thing is that the cost pressures are huge. So you can't go just like, okay, everywhere I can do all these adoptions. But really what we need to focus, all of us, is that what is it that it is going to benefit me? What is my problem that I'm trying to solve? If I want to do this production with a less number of people, how do I do that still with the same less number of manpower by operating more machines together and all that? That is true. Or when person have to take decision, come home, how do I help them? So when these kind of things are there, you have to actually look at what is the problem I'm trying to solve. Am I improving the productivity? Am I reducing the rejection? Am I reducing the material content? All those things we need to look at it. And based on that, then you decide that, yes, I want to do it in a pocket. So it's not like a complete adoption, but adoption in pockets, in adoption in the way it is required. So that is what I think is the way we are looking forward. And that brings us that we need to then prioritize. We need to clearly prioritize that today. So for example, in my company, we are looking at how do I reduce my quality related issues and how do I improve my quality, because quality is being the most critical now at this stage. So from that point of view, how then related to that, how do I get use of this technology? How do I detect the defects upfront before it gets to the customer and all? So those things are like we are looking at. So when you're doing prioritization, I think simple thing is what we need to look at is what is must to do.
Correct.
That has to be done, not good to do. Otherwise, generally this adopting technology is good to go. You go to customers, show this product, things that I have adopted so much and this thing, and then you can show that I'm a high-end manufacturer, smart manufacturer. That is not the need of the hour. The need of the hour is what is must to do, that only you implement. Simple question, in my opinion, I think what we need to answer ourselves is that by doing all of this, will it make my decision making faster, better, or cheaper? Either of these, if the answer is yes, I think then you go forward. So simple concept is ABC, faster, better, cheaper. Whatever is going to help me faster, I should do it. If I can take decision faster, do it. Or cheaper or better, that's all. That's what I feel so.
Okay, very well put, Mr. Kharul. I think that answers a lot of questions of our audience who think how should they prioritize for now, since they want to invest in technologies. So since you also spoke about manpower on the shop floor, and now there are new social distancing rules, and government has come up with minimal staff on on the shop floor kind of rules. My question to Mr. Suresh Babu would be, because you had a very strong point on cross-skilling, is since everyone has discussed about upskilling workforce and for the future technologies and everything, how important do you think cross-skilling would be now, especially because of the social distancing? And can you give us some examples on how your organization is working on cross-skilling of the workforce?
Yeah, ma'am. Very good question. Both upskilling and cross-skilling is both are required. We at present, due to this pandemic and post-pandemic, cross-skilling is a major role playing.
Right.
Here we have a different departments in my organizations. We are collecting the data from like laboratory, production planning, and other MIS. So they all we want to integrate. Now from here onwards, the people who are engaged in this activity will be one department. So what is the advantage we will get? The advantage is that the people who are empowered to do this activity, they will get a complete insight of the manufacturing processes. Complete insight. They will get from end to end. They will understand what is the process, how much cost is incurring, and where is the losses. Such all insights they will collect from the total process. And second is that as an employer, as an organization is benefiting by not recruiting the new people and also by reducing the people, optimizing the people. I can't say use reducing word because we have deployed those people at other functions, like we have mines and other areas. So we have deployed those people to there. And for manufacturing process, we have at most around 40% people optimized by doing this cross skill, by applying these cross skills. And we are also
Right.
looking to automate some processes.
Right.
Automate some processes, especially the administrative processes which are supporting the production. I'm not talking about the production technology. I'm talking about the administrative supporting technology, where
Right.
we want to automate the processes by using bots. So there is a scope for further optimization of the manpower and also implementing this across the organization. So these are our future requirements, and also we are planning to implement in the coming days, maybe in
Right.
the coming quarter.
Sure. So, Mr. Kharul, what would be your opinion on cross-skilling the workforce, upcoming workforce? And, how can you tell us how exactly companies can do that to, train them for the technologies?
Sure. I think to me, more than upskilling,
Mhm.
cross-skilling is very important, and that is absolutely must today, making people more multifaceted in all domains, not only in the say manufacturing, but even the support functions and across. Because especially this pandemic has really taught us totally differently. Just to give an example, even in R&D, we felt that what can we do at sitting at home and all, how can you design and all. But due to this pandemic, we were forced to do that, and sitting at home, people could really log into our systems at the plant and then do the complete design development much easier. And that has really changed the way what we look at it. Why I'm saying that more than upskilling, cross-skilling is required is upskilling will be required for few people, like those who are say like sort of integrators or doing thing, and they want implementing the new technology. There they may need to have the understanding of the domain knowledge of manufacturing as well as domain knowledge of say IT or so. However, cross-skilling is absolutely across all the levels, whether it is operator, whether it is at a supervisor level, manager level, or even at senior manager levels and across. That is where then I think cross-skilling has to be focused, and how that is being done is one. Most important is people are doing basically on the job itself. Because right now we do not have that much of time that I'll go through a proper training and see how the new job has to be done and all. So simple thing what was done at our end also, that when we were operating with very less force, simple thing is that one operator trained the other and the other operator trained the first one to ensure that the both of them doing each one's job easily otherwise also. So this was a sort of a simple way of doing the cross-skilling. One other thing also what we did is say, for example, in PPC department, when the person is looking at procurement of two different streams, one person is looking at one set of parts and other person is looking at other set of parts. Simple thing what they did is that one of them was sitting at home and doing the ordering for both the categories, and the other person was receiving at the plant and then ensuring that everything is for both the categories. So that means you have split the jobs and combined it differently. And that's how that has helped us in going forward. But this is only at the operator level, but most important, even when you do at technology level also, the data what you provide to the operators also help in doing the cross-skilling much faster. And that brings to me not only cross-skilling, in fact, with this technology, we can look at it, how do we de-skill the requirement, especially for the floating population, that normally every company will have some casual workforce or something which is not on the road, but generally helping to meet the production requirements on and off. In such cases, this de-skilling will be helpful, wherein relatively less skilled operator also can be still inducted without affecting the quality of this. So that is one aspect I felt that it is important for, say, this scenario as such.
Right. Really great opinion. So moving to the next question, it is for Mr. Datta. So Mr. Datta, what are the ways that technology can help monolithic manufacturing setups to turn into smart manufacturing setups now? You're on mute, sir. So you're on mute.
Yeah, that was part of my presentation as well to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Because monolithic manufacturing has certain characteristics that it is like a unidirectional flow primarily, and things are in sequence, which is how we used to do work, and which is what the market it was suitable for the market of 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Yeah. that you had a few sets of designs and products to be designed, and you had a market for that, and your entire business was, if I have to bring in how to drive lower cost, so that you can sell more at a lower cost, and you can fulfill the demand in the market, and you can create a certain level of quality that people demand to pay for that product. Now, things have changed. Why they have changed? Because my liking is different from yours. And because my liking is different from yours, my aspiration is different from yours, the suppliers and manufacturers now has to cater to many speakers spoke about this, smaller batches of higher variety. When you have smaller batches of higher variety, the entire way of working has to change, because now you have to become more flexible. You have to have machines and infrastructure that can cater to these changing demands, cater to this changing. Now comes pandemic. Okay, the pandemic has disrupted the supply chain, pandemic has disrupted the demand side, and pandemic, as many others people said, we have to work with lesser number of people. We have to still continue to serve the mass customized market. In addition to that, we have to maintain social distancing, and management should be able to monitor it by remote. Not necessarily everybody is going to be present physically. So there has to be a remote monitoring of the entire operation. Now bring this whole problem together. The monolithic work has to be broken down into flexible work. Okay, so that you can change your design. So of course, what Suresh Babu said, we need to probably prioritize what is most important for my company. If I am a product centric company, my most important thing is, how do I continue to create new models and launch them? Okay, and my entire machinery works for it. If I am a supplier, I have to ensure that I am catering to multiple parts, multiple components and subsystem for many OEMs, and I'm able to differently manufacture the different models, whether I'm making suspensions or whether I'm making a lighting system or door panels or whatever I may be doing. So your question was, how do we transform? First thing would be to take these parameters for myself. There is no one shirt that fits the all. My shirt is of different size from yours. I have to decide what my size is. What is my priority? Is my priority operational efficiency, or is it design and engineering, or is it 99.99% quality? Different products and different businesses have different priorities. So based on the priority, I fix that function and ensure that I'm using technology and digitalization to make sure that I respond. So there is no one answer to how your monolithic nature can be broken down. It has to be done by understanding what is it that we need, but there are solutions available everywhere. There's solution available in design and simulation, in planning, in automation, in closed looping, in quality. We have to pick, and then we have to implement. If that answer, complex answer to a very simple question.
Yeah, it completely
it
answers.
Doesn't have a simple answer.
No, but it answers the perfect part of the question, like how can they do it? So I have the same question for Mr. Bojkar. Considering you yourself run a manufacturing facility, can you tell us how, can you give us an example of how organizations can, shift to adopt smart manufacturing in organization? Maybe give an example of your organization itself. Mr. Bojkar? Hello?
Yeah, I think, I think there was a small disconnect. Fine.
Sure.
But typically the question I understood, I will try to give the example of also as a group. Okay, this is going to be a very big thing, but I think I'll try to make as simple as possible.
Sure.
I think the other part Mr. Datta has very rightly addressed. The most important thing as a big group starts is that we had 12 brands and they are totally different, distinct companies. Getting all these 12 brands together, we are having 122 plants worldwide. So that itself is a challenge. And then if you look at the age of the plants, we have coming from 1940s onwards to now. Okay, the technology has been changing in those plants, but roughly about, let's say, take or give about 30 years of age is what I would be still putting as a broadband into these companies. So from the perspective of going digitization or going to the digital way, we are looking at, one is the manufacturing plants, because that is the biggest thing that we have at this moment of time. And the second part which we need to look into is the product. Products have been changing. Our whole industry for car manufacturing has been changing drastically. So earlier, as we know, that cars were just the engine, gearbox, and vehicle and seats. And that's not the point now. Now we are moving towards more digitization inside.
I think we have lost him.
For example,
Mr. Bochka, we lost you over there when you were speaking about digitization.
Okay, am I audible now? Because I think I have a problem in my connection. Probably.
Yeah, it's lagging a bit.
Lag.
Your voice is lagging.
Okay. As I said, this is what we need to consider about. We are roughly producing about 45,000 cars in a day in 122 plants. So going with this kind of a mammoth thing, it was a Herculean task to have a clear strategy and vision to have an ecosystem designed first. So we started with the ecosystem, and as what Mr. Dutt also put, what are our pain points? These are the key areas that we would like to really attack, and where our major pain points are. Those were understood, certain use cases. We went
Mr. Bochka, your connection is gone again. I'm so sorry, your connection.
I think AWS system and ecosystem to ensure that we are in a position to get a complete ecosystem designed for us, and the connectivity will be there for 122 plants on one side, as well as the about 30,000 suppliers on the other side. This typically, when completed, will also look like a much more on an Android system. So as you know, the Android system is nothing but a base platform. You can have as many instances on that as possible, and on top of that you can have as many applications. So this is the strategy that we went ahead with in implementing. Okay, now we talk about much more bigger companies, but then if we look at MSMEs, there the point of discussion will be totally different. There we need to look into the business case, because coming from the pandemic situation, we are anyway cash strapped.
Mr. Bochka, we lost you. Hello? Hello?
The cash flows are at this moment. Where are your pain points? Which areas would you like to attack? Where does it really make sense to bring in the digitization, and up to what level we want to? So this is going to be a bigger challenge in
Mr. Bochkar, hello. We lost you in the last part of the.
Yeah, my connection is, I think it's a bit unstable at this moment of time.
It's okay. I think we got the gist of it. I'm sure you were clear through most part of it. So I will move on to the next question. My next question is to Mr. Ravi. So there are a lot of white papers, there are a lot of webinars, there are a lot of seminars happening which are speaking about the benefits of smart manufacturing, and it is good for it will bring back ROI and it eases labor life and everything. But are there any specific cons of smart manufacturing? And if there are, how can organizations overcome those cons effectively?
Yeah. As we see, there are so many advantages of getting into a smart manufacturing and all.
Yeah.
But of course, everything comes with some of the other flip sides will be always there. What is more important is that how we make ourselves aware of it, and how do we plan it up to take care of that. So that is what is more important. So to me, few cons, what I could see for this smart manufacturing. First, of course, what we have discussed also to an extent is the cost and investments are high. cost is high, investments are high. So naturally, we need to prioritize and do what is must to do. So that is one part. But the other cons, like one is that loss of skills over a period. You may not see that immediately, but when the same operator who is to do skillfully certain job, his skill level is likely to come down. As we said, that advantage is that you require these less skilled operators, but other disadvantage is that we lose the skills of the operator. Simple example I'll give you that today, all of us today, we are so conversant with using calculators. So feel of hand calculations has always already gone, which earlier, our 2-3 generations earlier, they were much easier on doing calculations, right? So same thing is going to have its impact in this also. For example, the operators having this feel for defect, how to identify defects so easily, the natural, the eye, what they had developed over a period. Those things are likely to get lost over a period. How do they used to sense the problem ahead of time? That sense, because everything is going to come on their own platter that, okay, this is good or this is bad, right? So that field is likely to have, and then I think the way to take care of that is also is that more training and awareness frequently you need to keep giving people, that when the machine is doing for you, that good and bad, but what actually good means and what bad means bad. So, and how to identify, so that, and also probably having some validations on sample basis. Even though you do say sort of, again, I'm taking example of rejections, if good and bad you're doing. If the machine does it, even then, maybe at a certain frequency, you ask operators to do that again. So that you don't lose that, because you never know, you will again require those skills for the, we don't want them to lose those skills the way we lost a feel for calculators, right? So that is one aspect. Another cons is what you call it, jigo, garbage in, garbage out. And that is highly applicable here, is that, see, all these machines or the smart manufacturing, everything is all there. It's all dumb. All the smartness is filled in by human beings. When they put in, if they understand it correctly, then it will be well put in the machine. If you teach the machine to segregate the bad parts and call it as good, it will keep on faithfully doing those as a good part, good part, good part. So its simple thing is that, how do we ensure that the persons who are implementing this, they understand this better, and that is where that upskilling is important, that those who are implementing, they know the basic domain knowledge of manufacturing, and they know that their own technology, their own knowledge, of course, of IT very well. So more important is that when the team you have, you need to have people with individual experts in their own domain, but they should have the domain knowledge, basic domain knowledge of the other side. When they're implementing in a particular area, if in the sourcing you are implementing how to do this smart manufacturing, then the person need to know also what are the basics of those sourcing, what they are trying to do the smart manufacturing for. So that is one aspect of like a GIGO we need to be aware of. And in such case, one most important is that we can look at CFT driving it, not only one person, the cross, so that they will ensure together that the right implementation happens. And in such cases, if CFT has to be implemented effective, then the top management has to drive it and get into it. That is one aspect. Another cons is like misuse and mishandling. That is also likely that, okay, you may take it, but some people may misuse that good technology for the, say, sort of not organizational benefit, but for their own benefits or something like that. So that has to be taken care of, and then the supervisors and then the managers need to be aware of what all can be misused or mishandled, and that they should take care, and they should have their own systems to ensure that this doesn't happen. And last thing to me, I think pros cons is like, see, all this implementation, when you do, it has got relatively low tolerance to the variation, which a human being will have always high tolerance to variation. Even if some part is kept at different place, it will still see that, yes, it is good or bad or whatever it is, right? So how do we ensure that we take care of this tolerance and it is adequate for the process what you are trying to implement or automate, or you are making it more smarter? So these few things, I feel that these are the cons which if we are aware, I think we can take good care of it.
That is some great analysis, sir. I mean, there were some points which didn't even cross our minds, but you addressed it. But and now I want to get to know a perspective on the user end. Like Mr. Bhojkar, you have been on the user end of the of manufacturing technology, smart technologies. What do you think are the cons that you have come across, and how have you addressed it? You are on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Yeah. I think the con side one topic for us was that, as I said, the plants, since they were of the very huge different ages, we had to decide upon what kind of technologies that we are for. The major
So we lost you.
challenge. Second was process take care of all the systems that you want to integrate. So for that, it was very much essential that we go and dig deep into all the available systems that we have. What kind of sensors technologies were implemented in those particular equipments, because it would be really change it worldwide. So standardization aspect was brought in for all the plants, and that is where I think is one of the most important things that we have done. So standardization plays a very important role in then finalizing how the ecosystem will be fed with all the information. So both areas, one is standardization of the software part of it and looking and trying to fix the hardware and how the data is going to be absorbed. That was one. And second was looking at the overall strategy and creating that we need to go step approach, baby steps, one step by step to ensure that we have those wins and we understand a complete thing before we jump into the whole thing. So you cannot keep on working on multiple areas at one time. And as I said, the biggest challenge was that we had 12 brands which have totally different systems or totally different level of softwares into. Getting them on board with the same level also become a very big challenge. This again is bring all the plants into the system. There is going to be a step-by-step approach to bring the plants to one level. Then we have to also understand that there is huge amount of interdependence as well as the traders and also the customers, because we have been trying to connect all the things together into our system, and that has taken a hell of a, let's say, toll onto the system, because it demands that we ensure our entire ecosystem is in a position to address all the topics. So decision time has been one of the biggest challenges, I would say. We have had a lot of discussions internally, obviously not here but in our headquarters, where a lot of deliberations were done to look at the things in a much more holistic way and try to consider all the aspects of the business and ensure that the entire value chain is addressed. And because the biggest the beauty of this whole system will be that you are able to address the whole value chain in this system, but you have to slice it and then address it differently.
Thank you. Mr. Bhojkar, we lost you again.
Yeah.
We couldn't I couldn't understand the last part of what you said. We lost your connection again.
Yeah, it was interoperability, as I said. So these are also one of the critical. When we look at very smaller organizations, it's much more easier to control. But then if you want to make the ecosystem, which you have all the sets of very so were addressed in this.
Right, right. So I'll come to the last question, which is with manufacturing sector, undergoing transformation globally, how ready do you think Indian manufacturers and factories are to adopt the advanced technologies such as, Industry 4.0, IIoT, in terms of supporting infrastructure, skill upgradation, knowledge, data, everything. So, Mr. Babu, can you tell us about how we can do that, considering you are a part of it?
Guys, for Indian industries, it is not a sprint; it is a marathon. Lot of efforts are required. First, we need to build a faith and mindset.
Right.
There are the two things which is always a problem in implementation of any new technology. Let it be IoT, let it be smart manufacturing, let it be anything, even automation scaling also.
Right.
The problem is that age-old people mindset and age-old technologies and obese processes. These are the mental blocks for implementation of anything.
Right.
This, before implementation, we need to do a survey of some pockets, and that too with a lean manufacturing tools, like lean manufacturing tools, smart these TPM tools. This will provide us where there is a gap, and the gap and pinpoints where is the pain is there. So those gaps first we need to address.
Right.
Then by doing this, there will be whatever the benefits will come, that will be witnessed in other shop floors. Like you have a 4 or 5 shop floors. So
Right.
at one shop floor, results can be horizontally deployed in the other shop floor.
Right.
So in this way, slow progress can be made in the industry, not like a faster way of implementing these concepts, because we don't know what we don't know. So once we implement this, once we understand the gaps, then these processes can be implemented at pinpoint areas where the pain is there.
Right. Okay. And maybe Mr. Bhojkar, do you want to add on to this? Maybe you can tell us what sort of challenges can be anticipated in the implementation.
One of the topics is what we said is the understanding of these benefits is one of the biggest challenges. So there is no buy-in. I will take a very simple example, let's say, of our personal life. When we started, we had the old mobiles which didn't have smart or all the applications. Then we came into these apps, and then slowly we got used to it. And today we are using WhatsApp, we are using all the banking applications, maybe the travel app. If you see, this has ensured or helped us a long way to do our personal work much more efficiently. You can just take a parallel and put it in the industry. This is very simple to understand how the digital world is going to help or enable us to do our work much more faster, and the data, if it is available at your fingertips, this buy-in somehow unfortunately has not been there. And when we look at the MSME sectors in India, which is a huge population, or many other industries we can talk about, this buy-in from a perspective, as we say, we have been thinking much more frugal, but the whole answer to digitization is to, or the requirement from digitization is to go frugal. We are, in short, trying to take Gemba or Kaizen. I will give another example of Kaizen. When we do Kaizen, we go to the shop floor, we take a small station or a particular operator, we study him, and then try to figure what are the areas of improvement.
Right.
The digitization is going to give you 24/7 this information. And that is the beauty of digitization. This is what is being missed. And
Mr. Bhojkar, your connection went off. Hello? Hello?
I think I have a problem with my connection.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
As I said, these two examples are really hard hitting in the sense that why we should do the studies. And the smaller industries have been on through the and things we can improve.
Okay, I think we missed out on the last part because of the network connection, but we'll have to move forward because we are running really late.
Yeah.
So this is the final question, and I would like to start with Mr. Datta. So what would be your closing message for the industry on responding to global changes with advanced technologies and innovation? And maybe, you could cover on breaking down, how organizations can break down the functional silos to ensure that, there is effective collaboration between various departments and customers, suppliers, and partners, etc.
I'll take the second part first.
Okay.
Because it's logical, and then I would try and address and briefly. First thing is that we are still managing our organizations functions as they used to be 15, 20 years ago. We have design and engineering, we have manufacturing, planning, quality, whereas a charter or a reason for that organization to be in business is not engineering, quality, etc. It is to, for example, to make 10 models in a year as per the expectation of the customer within the brand that they represent. Essentially, every product, especially I'm talking manufacturing, is a promise, correct? You agree? It's a promise to the customer. We promise for the investment that you're making in my product, we promise that we would fulfill these things, these requirements for you reliably within the practical scenarios of service excellence, support, maintenance, etc. For this price and this maintenance price, we would deliver you these goods and services. It's a promise. The point is, our functions are not tuned for the promise. Our functions are tuned inwards towards the skills we have. Oh, I'm a designer, so I work for design department. I'm a manufacturer. So that I think time has come that if we keep customer in mind and the promise that we are making through the product, so we can have project and program based functions rather than. So there was, I think it was Mr. Bhojkar or somebody mentioned about cross-functional team integration, cross-skilling, especially when we are falling short, we have lesser resources to go with. Number one, no one product anymore, engineering product, is a mechanical product or electrical product or an electronics product. While it may fall under certain category, it's a smart product which does many things for us. It's a phone, it's a television, it's a refrigerator, it's a car, it's a fuel injection system in a car, it is a power pack for a machine tool, whatever it is. It's a multidisciplinary product. It has electronics, it has hydraulics, it is mechanical, it has software, all of that put together. Now add to it costing person, sourcing person who manages sourcing, the marketing person, the salesperson. You have a product-based function. I think an organization need to create more and more, probably a matrix organization with Mr. Bhojkar's point of view, and I'm bringing in Ravi's point of view as well. We have certain people who are masters of few things because experts are required, but then there are many more all-rounders who do many things, who essentially target towards what the customer is needing for. If we can do that, these silos will automatically get broken, because then we are not looking at, oh, I have released the bill of material, engineering bill of material, my job is done. I have released the bill of process, I'm a manufacturing person, my job is done. I have manufactured, my job is done. I have inspected, my job is done. Quality engineer. These kind of aspects will be removed, because they would look for, have we delivered to the customer the product that we promised as per requirement, as per specification, within the quality parameters and the cost and time that we committed for. If that is a business challenge, I think we would be able to break down the silos. That's one. What was your first part of the question?
Like if you can quickly summarize in a minute about, what's your message for the
we
industry?
were talking about the smart manufacturing. I think there is something very common. I'm so pleased to summarize because it's easy. Because there is a very common thing which most of people said, that we have to figure out what we want. okay, as an
Yeah.
organization. There is no one formula or a silver bullet which is going to solve the problem. We have to understand ourselves, our processes. We have to define our processes, even if it is a documented process. We have to ask ourselves, if we have been in business for 30 years, have we actually got a document which says, this is how I'm working today? Because if I understand the process, I will understand where are the gap areas. I think Mr. Babu mentioned about the gaps. Okay, if we can identify for that project, for that product, for that commitment, what are the gaps, and then prioritize the gaps and start working on, what are the results that I'm going to address to improve. Second point of rule for implementation of smart manufacturing: if you are not measuring something, you are not going to be successful in it. Take it. This is bottom line. If we are doing something, we need to measure it. And if we are measuring it, we have to measure it to see whether we are improving on it, whether it is quality, whether it is time to market, whether it is cost, whether it is flexibility. Flexibility also can be measured, So we have to bring in measure, even if we do not know how to measure it at that moment, to ask ourselves how to measure. So with measurement, with closed loop feedback systems, and with understanding of which gap areas I'm going to fulfill, I think we can show value and ROI or whatever it is. There was a question here which says, what are the other factors that we should consider if the ROI is not meeting up? There was a question in the chat. I just saw that. I think there are many. Do we ask ourselves that what is the ROI of breathing clean air or oxygen? It's an oxygen. You need it to survive. And there are certain areas in manufacturing which we need to survive. Number one is we have to be flexible, because market is asking for small batches. There is no ROI. It needs to be done. We need to adopt it. The unlearning and relearning or cross-skilling is a ROI, because, and I would like to draw one attention to what Ravi mentioned about somebody who's really skillful because of time. Have I asked ourselves that new generation is it willing to work for 35 years on a machine just because he would become an expert machinist? Probably you will not get those kind of people we used to have or are on the shop floor. There is nobody who wants to stand on a machine for 35 years. Okay, so it's now like an oxygen. We have to skill them up. We have to absorb the skill and put it in AI or machine learning so that we don't lose those skills, because we are not going to get such people who are willing to work for a same job, a fitter, an expert fitter, and for 35 years he's just sitting there and making dies. We will not get that kind of people anymore. Let's accept it. And there are many more such functions in engineering. Okay. So this is what I would say. With my opinion and with the feedbacks and statements of my fellow speakers, we would like to summarize that.
Maybe quickly in like a minute, maybe Mr. Babu, even you can summarize for us.
Yeah, I have already mentioned we cannot implement in totality, but a baby steps can be taken business case wise. We can take one process, we can implement this, and the benefits can be deployed in other areas. So likewise, but when we are doing, we should do throughout the SIPOC, supply to customer. That is what the all speakers are talking. So that link we should maintain, but at a lesser level, means at a fewer level. One process we can take and complete the process. Then we can see the benefits we can implement in other areas. The shifting is inevitable. We cannot go away from this. It is inevitable, but it may take time before implementing at a higher levels.
Right. Mr. Karul, maybe you can also quickly summarize in a minute.
Yeah, see, the thing is that, okay, we already talked about what is good to do and all, how it can be done and all. But then what is most important is that what should I be doing it? Right? And that is what I think all of us need to answer ourselves. I think look at this as an opportunity. Grab this opportunity, because whenever there is a problem, it poses also opportunity. Bigger the problem, bigger is the opportunity. And we are facing the biggest problem probably. So the opportunity is biggest. So if we don't take it now, I think probably we'll not be able to get the benefits like what. Earlier, if you have found some lot of resistances to say sort of implement the smart manufacturing and all within the organization, this is the time you can break those all resistances and implement it. So take the things in your hand, embrace the change, multi-skill yourself. That is very important, and take the lead. I think that's what I'll say.
True. And Mr. Bhojkar, your final summary, maybe you could also summarize quickly in a minute for us. Mr. Bhojkar?
Yeah. I think more or less everybody has covered the topics.
Right.
For me, it will be very important to come from the top-down approach on this particular topics, because the management of the company always is looking for improvements. This drive has to be from top to down. This becomes very much essential. The top level buy-in, like I said, the CEO, CFOs, these are the key players who need to have that buy-in and have the confidence in the people to roll it out.
Right.
Rest, I think, from the technology perspective, a lot of things are available. It is not about not availability of the technology, but the appropriate selection of the ecosystem. That may not be the right way to look at it. Yes, there will be certain low-hanging fruit which you can do with, but this is a much more longer game. It is not going to be that you implement something and then next game, as we say, and then it requires a certain amount of patience and confidence in the businesses that you are wanting to play. As I said, huge amount of potential lies within India itself, because a lot of technologies are being sourced from India elsewhere. So they may be in piecemeal or maybe at the lower end, but they are all possible. So a lot of frugal innovations is something which we are trying to look at. And I think a lot of companies are trying to pitch in and try to help each other. The other areas which we look at, since a lot of MSME sectors are there in India, we need to think about a much more larger ecosystem for these kind of companies. It is not feasible that we bring a very big system for big companies and then distribute it. No, for this frugal thing has to be designed for the MSME sector. I think that is one area where we need to really work on.
Yeah.
That will be one of the very important takes for all the participants here.
Thank you so much for making time out for the session. I've exhausted all my questions and you guys were really patient. We have keeping in mind the time limit that we have and how much we have exceeded the time limit. We will be sending you across the Q&A. You can answer it and send it back to us and we will redirect it to the audience member who has asked the question. So thank you so much once again for making time out. Thank you so much for being present till so late. I will ask Zuili to come over and give the closing speech. Zuili?
I want to ask one question.
Sure.
Can I connect with Jagannath the speaker?
Definitely. I'll share.
I have seen some innovation in the metal temperature measurements.
Right.
So I would like to understand.
I will definitely send you across his contact details, sir.
Thank you.
Zuili, can you please summarize for us?
Thank you, Anvita. Thank you, gentlemen. That was a very engaging panel discussion, I must say. So, ladies and gentlemen, also panelists, sorry about the delay about for the summit. We were running a little short of time, but now we have come to a close of our summit. And I'm delighted to announce that for today's summit, we had over 450 registrations. And so ending today's summit, I would like to thank our wonderful audience for being part of it. I would also like to thank our revered speakers and panelists. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our knowledge partner, NASSCOM Center of Excellence, and technology partner, Siemens Industry Software and M2 Next, and 3D printing technology partner, Monotech Systems. So thank you all once again for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.